Good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 and hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana, 16 regions, including Jubilee and Sun City Radio Sketa, Saboba FM Saboba, and A1 Radio Bolgatanga. Get radio and TV and online content on the myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, printing business is on the verge of collapse. In the first episode of our new series, Doomsday Diaries will tell you the devastating effects of the erratic power supply.
When the people bring their jobs here, they want it fast, so you don't have any reason to delay them. But since Monday up to now, we don't have light here. So all the work that they brought, they have to take them back.
We'll tell you how Parliament's Committee on Mines and Energy promises to ensure stakeholders are committed to resolve the situation.
We will do everything in our power to monitor the situation. Ministry of Finance is involved. We will make sure that what they are supposed to do, they do it.
Also, Western Regional Branch of GPRTU increased transport fares by 30%, effective this morning in clear disregard to a directive by the National Union to hold on until Wednesday.
Western Regional Secretariat of GPRTU has served notice of its intention to increase transport fares by 30% effective Monday, April 8, 2024.
In business,
International Monetary Fund raises concern about revenue gap due to suspension of some taxes in the 2024 budget as visiting team continues with the second review of Ghana's program. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And later, Ghana police arrest 9 for false disappearance claims. We have details as the police cautions the public against what it says is a criminal conduct that is likely to harm innocent people as well as disturb the public peace. These and more with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Please stay. Call it Doomsaw or Doomsiesie, as the Energy Minister Matthew Pokopempe chooses to call it. There's no denying that the erratic power supply is taking a toll on many households and businesses. In the first part of Joy News' Doomsaw Diaries, Kenneth Jesse explores the devastating effect it's having on the printing business.
This building houses a cluster of printing shops. On a regular working day, they print everything from receipts, brochures to calendars. But these days, they print almost nothing. With the recent power outages, the shop has been rendered redundant.
Since Monday up to now, we don't have light here. So all the work that they brought, they have to take them back. You have to eat. As for stomach, it doesn't know whether you are working or not. Now it's worse, it's worse. The business itself was down, because most of the things are being printed from China now. Okay, so the small stuff that we are getting here, with just Doomsaw, everything is now zero.
These workers are calling for a timetable.
Because if I know that today, Tuesday, I won't be having light here, I won't bother myself to take car from a far place and come and sit down, just to come and sit down here.
Oh, how about the timetable? You need a timetable to schedule our this thing. If there is timetable, you know that tomorrow there is no light. You can stay home and manage it. Maybe the money you use is to take car. You can manage it, and the next day, you know that the next day the light will come.
Well, we stay a while longer on the power situation. Parliament's Committee on Mines and Energy says it will ensure stakeholders in the industry resolve the challenges. Now, in the interim, it has instructed the ECG to release a timetable following a crucial meeting with industry stakeholders over the weekend. Samuel Atachia is committee chairman.
The committee is very, 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 very concerned about returning to the good days, 7 years of good supply of power. And we will do everything in our power to monitor the situation. Ministry of Finance is involved. We will make sure that what they are supposed to do, they do it. ECG is involved. We ensure that what they are supposed to do, they do it. GridCo and NetCo and the challenges. The independent power producers are involved. What should come to them so that they do what is needful? We've had it all. And these are, a value chain we will not play with. So we will monitor all the issues critically to ensure that we come back to the good old days.
Meanwhile, Managing Director of ECG, Dubik Mahama, has assured that the situation will be resolved.
The assurance is that we are doing our best. The lights are going to stay on. Most of the transformers that we spoke about and the intensification exercises are almost done, so we should just stay positive. There will be a proper statement as to the way forward.
Are you shedding load?
We are currently not shedding load, so we are not shedding load.
Away from power issues, the Western Regional Branch of the Ghana Private Roads Transport Union, GPRTU, has increased transport fares by 30% effective today in clear disregard to a directive by the national body to hold on until Wednesday. The Industrial Relations Officer of GPRTU, Alhaji Abasimor, says a meeting this week will firm up the proposed increment and urges all drivers to hold on until the meeting is over. Listen.
Lubricants, spare parts, insurance, documentations like permit, DVLA, all these prices have changed, has been increased. So we've already signaled the whole nation that we are going to increase lorry fares. So we shall sit, discuss, and come up with a reasonable percentage.
But the Western Regional Chairman of GPRTU, Joseph Kujo, says they can no longer wait as the cost of fuel is impacting negatively on the operations.
Western Regional Secretariat of GPRTU has served notice of its intention to increase transport fares by 30% effective Monday, April 8, 2024. It is of much interest for the public to know that GPRTU has sought a meeting with the ministry to discuss the challenges faced by transport operators and explore potential solutions to mitigate the impact on the transport. Regrettably, the ministry's lack of cooperation to convene discussions has left GPRTU with no other choice but to independently proceed with the fare adjustment.
You heard Western Regional Chairman of the GPRT, Joseph Kujo. Now, the Foreign Affairs Ministry has undertaken staff rationalization to reduce corruption at the Passport Office. The exercise witnessed a reduction in the number of staff at the office, including those on secondment. Another addition is the restriction of the movement of unauthorized persons in and around the office. Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister Kwekwan Prechum Sapon tells Joy News some of the staff had turned the place into a business, charging unapproved fees.
The long hands of the devil have entered in there between outsiders and insiders. Right? Guru boys outside and their inside accomplices. All employees of the passport offices. They condone and connive and are able to manipulate things because of this shortage. Because everybody who gets in there sees the passport office as a cash cow. We have also done a staff rationalization over there to make sure that the right number of staff needed are the ones who will be there or be assigned or seconded by the various security agencies.
Now, the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, is set to outline her vision and programs to the Ghanaian public later this morning. The event, the first of its kind, is intended to carry the public along in the administration of justice in the country. She is optimistic the involvement of the public in the process will help demystify the myth surrounding the judiciary.
Justice emanates from the people of Ghana. So justice is actually a product that comes out of the people of Ghana, which is that law is made by the people of Ghana. It is only administered by the judiciary. We are accountable back to you who gave us the law to administer. And that is why if we are having trouble doing it efficiently and to your expectation, it is meet and appropriate that we bring to you programs that you can assist us with.
Now, statistics from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, TRAJ, reveals the Northeast tops the regions with the highest number of child marriages in the country. Out of 25 complaints of marriages received in 2023, 12 of them came from the Northeast region. More alarming from the observation is that victims of most of the illegal marriages are forced to live with their benefactors against their will. Deputy Commissioner of TRAJ, Mercy Labi, tells Joy News the practice is becoming widespread.
When you take our statistics, you will see that most of them happens in particular regions. The northern part, 25 complaints that we received. Out of the 25, 12 is from Northeast. So you could see when you take 5-year statistics, that is 2018, we received 32 complaints of child marriage.
Well, before we go, the Ghana Police Service has arrested 9 persons across the country for publication of false news regarding the alleged disappearance of the pennies. That, it said, led to fear and panic among the public and attacks on innocent citizens. Police investigations, including medical examinations, disclosed that all the claims are false. Maxwell Agbaba, what are the details from the police?
Police says 6 persons were arrested in Kaso in the central region, 2 at Ashaiman in the Greater Accra region, and another in Nkoko in the eastern region. Totaling 9 for making such false claims of their missing pennies. 5 persons have been arraigned, with 3 remanded into police custody and 2 granted bail. The rest are on police inquiry bail and would soon be arraigned. Now, the Ghana Police Service notes with concern this increasing trend of persons making false claims of the disappearance of their pennies and blaming innocent bystanders that sometimes lead to mob attacks. It is cautioning the public against such criminal conduct that is likely to harm innocent people as well as disturb the public peace.
Thank you, Maxwell Agbaba. And on that note, we end the bulletin this morning. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson.
You know, Papa, see that? And it's rickety car. Hey, Papa! Papa! Bobo, so how your engine now? It is half man, half amazing. Thanks to Quartz and you can feel better energy. Can't touch this. Actually, guys, so Sancho's engine just died like that. Yes, so somebody managed to convince him that there is a better engine oil than Quartz, and he switched. Sancho Panzapa. Now, which engine oil can be better than Quartz? No other, my guy. Quartz with its age-resistant technology, it keeps your engine younger for longer. Now you know. Have you guys seen the new bottle design? It's superb. Quartz 9000 from Total Energies there improves fuel efficiency. Why do you think Mr. Mane and Logoso have taken the Quartz Nation movement World Cup like that? Sorry. Chairman Mane. Chairman. Hey, Quartz. Keep your engine younger for longer.
Millennium Insurance has enhanced its motor insurance policy cover to make life more comfortable for you, our valued clients, and in the event of vehicle breakdown whilst on the road. To ensure your safety and that of your vehicle, Millennium Insurance will ensure that your broken down vehicle is towed to a safe place within 1 hour of call and 30 kilometers radius from the place of breakdown. This service is absolutely free. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, is on standby to be of service to you. Contact us now on 0501 394 997 or 0501 285 821, 0501 394 997 or 0501 285 821.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
No matter your water needs, Syntex has it all. Syntex tank was first to introduce double layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex tank was first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana, and now introduces the customer specs order, which will let you order any color and size you want. Syntex tanks gives you the biggest warranty of 7 years, which no other tank gives you. So whatever your water consumption, size of project, or demand, choose Syntex tank. Syntex tank, stress-free. Syntex tank, reliable. Syntex tank, maximum guarantee. Call 0244 335 168, Kumasi 0505 555 666, or visit syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
Hello, Auntie Araba. Hey, Bugger, how are you doing today? I want to buy Pepsodent Cavity Fighter, but I don't have enough money. So what are you going to do? Can you give me the big size? You know, as for me, I'll pay the balance later. Today, no credit. I haven't sold much this morning. If you don't have enough money for the big size, why don't you try the 120 gram pack? There's a 120 gram pack? Introducing the new Pepsodent Cavity Fighter in 120 gram pack size. More affordable and convenient. Get yours today from any supermarket near you. Every smile matters. This advert is FDA approved.
Hello?
Yo, bro! SG Ghana has done it again. Low interest rates on loans this year too. Yeah, disappearance.
Charlie, I did throw inside. Let me call you back.
Call SG Ghana rather. Collect loan and buy car, my guy. Low, very low interest rates on loans this year too.
It's difficult to keep good news to yourself, especially when it can transform your life and those close to you. SG Ghana went low on interest rates last year, and this year we are even lower. Yes, Yatisubium. Get the money you need to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you and speak to our dedicated staff about the amazing Yatisubium loans today. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details.
Ojo, it's 3 a.m. What now?
Yatisubium, Yatisubium. Okay, bye. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Hello? Yeah, Kofi. Charlie, we spoke about going to Imperial for our motor insurance today.
Share. Are you the one to remind me? I am at Imperial already.
What?
I told you about their motor insurance promo, right?
Yeah.
This time it is reloaded, my brother.
Wow.
Imperial General is saying, come insure with them from now till the end of April and get yourself handsome rewards. 4 coupons, special souvenirs, gift vouchers, and many, many more. And here's the catch. During this reward period, your motor insurance policy will give you an automatic 1-year life insurance cover, my brother. And now you can also get brand new tires and other car accessories as well. It is really reloaded. Everybody qualifies. Just insure your car and you are done.
Hey, Charlie, I hear I can even do it online and still get my reward.
Oh yes, don't slow. Talk to your broker, agent, or call us on 0577-667-436 for further details. You can also follow us on all our socials. T&C Supply, Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
Agbavu?
Hey, Kojo.
Congratulations. How was your weekend? Thank you very much. Thank you.
You've been doing this for 10 years. Wow.
I can't believe it. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Yeah.
That should end your scholarship.
Yeah. Please, don't tempt fate.
Yeah, but congrats.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful
job.
I love you guys too. It's been a wonderful 10 years. Anyway, on Saturday, Newsfile, I don't know if you caught it.
I missed it.
Yeah, Daniel Domelevo had a lot to say. You know, he actually, while he was Auditor General, looked into activities at the Scholarship Secretariat, right? So he had quite a lot to say. Listen to this.
To be honest with you, it disturbs me a lot that people abuse scholarships gifted but needy students this way. But what baffles my mind, honestly to speak, is that the Secretariat allows this to continue. First, I thought when we did the audit, they didn't know. But this has been brought to the fore and they got to know about it. Government or the executive is not minded to take any action when indiscipline of this nature comes to the fore. I thought the president would have called his ministers or his at least the public servants under his and say, please, refund that money within 24 hours with interest or I fire you. Nothing.
Nothing.
Isn't it curious?
Yeah, but can the Secretariat do anything about it? Who controls the Secretariat?
Well, there is a boss there, right? And we've heard from him. Carlos Caloni interviewed him. He insisted that, look, everybody who gets a scholarship is a Ghanaian. But the allegations go beyond that.
Yeah.
There are allegations of kickbacks. And I mean, how do you say that everybody who gets it is a Ghanaian when some Ghanaians are getting 2 scholarships in the same year?
Wow.
Clearly, some Ghanaians are more Ghanaian than others.
Yeah, and
right?
What happened to the needy people?
Precisely. I mean, he even dismisses the idea of needy people, right? He dismisses that idea entirely. Well, I mean, today we are going to really get to grips with the mandate of this Scholarship Secretariat. When we are told by them that the only qualification you need in order to get a scholarship is that you must be Ghanaian. Are they telling us the truth? Is that accurate? Is that what scholarships are
for? You have to be affiliated to a political party or somebody in authority.
We'll explore this. But, you know, Newsfile was eventful. That wasn't the only thing they talked about. This other trending issue came up as well.
My position is that whether 12, 15 or 16, the law is clear if you look at section 14. And I've heard discussion. And for me, again, I keep saying that this event is a good opportunity for us as Ghanaians to resensitize ourselves.
To be honest with you, it disturbs me a lot that people abuse scholars.
Actually, yeah, that was just Domelevo again. But you heard that first voice, right? You know what she's talking about?
The marriage or betrothal or whatever it's called right now. You don't even know.
Yes.
Yeah, of the 12-year-old or 16-year-old.
Yes.
The story differs depending on who's saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing that bothers me are the justifications, the explanations, the attempts by some Ghanaians to make this okay.
Tradition.
It really bothers me. It really does. Because, look, our tradition is precious and valuable, needs to be protected. But there are aspects of it that break the law. There are aspects of it that subject people to risk and danger. And even if there is no existing law to prohibit something that endangers children, we should be interested in passing a law to prohibit it. In fact, we should be decent enough so that we don't require a law to tell us as a people that we must protect children.
That's true.
We must be decent enough. But you've got people who are even attempting to explain that, oh, well, you know, when you read the law about betrothal, it says you cannot force a child into betrothal. So as long as the child wasn't forced, then it's okay. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? The child wasn't forced. It's a child.
It's a child.
It's a child. So what do you mean by wasn't forced? The idea of having an age of consent is that we all agree as a society that below a certain age, a child cannot give consent to a lifelong commitment to either a 63-year-old man or a deity. A child cannot give consent. Anyway, we'll get into these issues later. Right now, though, we have gratitude to show. For the 6 a.m. news, we're grateful to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. It's time for us to make it happen once again on the Joy Business Report, brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, at your service.
Hi, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, International Monetary Fund raises concerns about revenue gap due to suspension of some taxes in the 2024 budget. As visiting team continues with its second review of Ghana's program. Also, interest rates fall for the 14th consecutive week, but government fails to achieve T-bills target for second successive time. Plus, Cocoa Board, hopeful announcement of new cocoa farm gate price will stop hoarding and smuggling in the coming days, but the General Agricultural Workers Union mounts pressure on government to deepen laws to check smuggling of cocoa beans to neighboring countries. Details coming up. Thanks for being with us. My name is Daryl Kwao. Hello to our friends listening from Kof Radio and KTU Radio. First up, the International Monetary Fund has expressed concern about how the government is going to address the revenue gap due to the suspension of some taxes in the 2024 budget, including the value-added tax on electricity. This is one of the major issues that have come up strongly during the second review of the fund support program by the visiting mission. Now, the visit is expected to end this Friday, and here's George Jaffe with details.
The second IMF review over how Ghana has fared under the fund program is primarily focusing on the fiscal and monetary data ending December 2023. However, the fund is also doing some assessment on what some will call the forward-looking data when it comes to how the economy has performed in the first quarter of this year, as well as the outlook for 2024. It is for this review that has highlighted an important concern about how government is going to manage the hole that has come up as a result of not going ahead with some tax measures announced in the 2024 budget. The IMF is worried about how that could impact on the whole revenue situation by the end of this year and its impact on the budget deficit. It is for this that has occasioned that red flag, with the IMF is seeking to get some answers from government on the way forward. So for some, Ghana will pass the second review. But for some, the end of year revenue situation is a major concern for the IMF. The IMF review mission will end this Friday. The staff will then take its report to Washington, D.C., USA, and possibly go to its board in June this year. If Ghana passes this assessment, that would lead to the release of some $360 million to support the 2024 budget. This could bring the total amount of funds secured from the IMF since Ghana got the program in May last year to more than $1.5 billion.
George Affe starting us off with that report. Meanwhile, the International Monetary Fund projects that about $800 billion will be needed to sustain the economies of low-income countries in the next 4 years. According to its managing director, Kristalina Georgieva, the collaboration with the private sector is essential to attain the target towards economic recovery and sustainable growth in low-income countries. She spoke at a joint IMF World Bank event on the theme Rising to the Challenge in Davos.
Low-income countries over the next 4 years would need $840 billion to flow in terms of international support. And obviously, it cannot be just financing from our institutions. A big chunk of it has to come from private sector investments. It also matters because when we are there, we bring confidence for others to come. We send the signal, including to private investors, this country is moving forward the right way. I think of the fund in the next years as the time in our history when more of our attention and more of our programs will be focused on this group of countries.
Kristalina Georgieva, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund. Now, interest rates continued its downward trend for the 14th consecutive week in this year. Nonetheless, the government failed to achieve its treasury bills target for the second successive time. The government is reducing borrowing on the treasury market as a result of inflows from the World Bank and its donor partners. Here's more.
According to the auction results by the Bank of Ghana, interest rates continue to tumble in line with the disinflation process. The Ghana Statistical Service is expected to announce inflation for March 2024. Though many analysts have predicted an increase in the rate of inflation for March, that could be reversed in April and the coming months. The 91-day bill fell by 10 basis points to 25.73%. The yield on the 182-day bill also plummeted to 28.22% from 28.24% the previous week. Similarly, the 364-day bill went down by 51 basis points to 28.33%. Meanwhile, the T-bills auction failed to meet its target by about 8.8%. The government secured 2.56 billion Ghana cedis of the total bids tendered. Chunk of the bids tendered came from the 91-day bill. About 2.02 billion Ghana cedis was offered, and the government accepted all. For the 182-day bill, 417.58 million Ghana cedis were the bids tendered. The uptake was also 417.58 million Ghana cedis.
Moving on, a senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, has said that there could be a trickle-down effect on inflation as a result of low interest rates if government gets its macroeconomic indicators right. Interest rates have fallen by more than 3.6 percentage points since the beginning of this year. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Amwa expressed optimism the continuous fall in interest rates will impact positively on the cost of borrowing.
The fundamentals in terms of the factors influencing input prices and again the prices that we see on the market keeps declining, definitely we want to see inflation decline. But we need to be aware that in many instances, some of the triggers, look at what is happening now. Exchange rate, a CD for about a month now has to be very stable. And if you look at our consumption as a country, our import bill is quite huge. So once the exchange rate affect the input prices, then there's all possibility that producers would like to hike up their prices to make up for the losses that they are recording from the increases in the exchange rate. So until we have a good control on the factors that feed into the market basket, that makes up inflation, we are going to have a challenge. But if we are able to get the needed macroeconomic stability, then all things being equal, prices should be going.
You had senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa. Ghana Cocoa Board is hopeful the announcement of an increase in the farm gate price of cocoa is to avert smuggling and hoarding. According to the cocoa sector regulator, some farmers are beginning to keep their cocoa beans in anticipation of a price increase. Government increased the farm gate price paid to cocoa farmers by 58.26% to 33,120 cedis per ton for the 2023-2024 crop season. Speaking on the issue, Public Affairs Manager at Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, said the new price is timely to solve challenges facing the sector.
Another reason also has to do with the fact that by delaying the announcement, it also gives room for people to smuggle the cocoa because usually when people anticipate a major jump in price, and then the announcement is not made. They quickly get in, buy the cocoa from the farmers, skip it from cocoa board until the new announcement is made. But with the announcement at this time, the expectation is that we'll be able to take delivery of the cocoa and then sell them at the international market.
Public Affairs Manager at Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, meanwhile, the General Agricultural Workers Union, GAU, is impressing on government the need to deepen its laws to check the smuggling of cocoa beans to neighboring countries. According to the General Secretary, Dr. Edward Karewe, despite the increase in the price of the commodity, enforcing the regulation is key to check galamsey and smuggling.
Much as it will motivate farmers, I think the enforcement part of the state, which is to be taken up by the state, that galamsey is an illegality and it should not be allowed to fester and then to also destroy cocoa farms, must be taken up seriously. So I'm just making the point that the other factors are equally compelling. And if we don't deal with them and thinking that we can use price increase alone to increase cocoa production and then to stop farmers from giving out their farms to galamsey users, we may not succeed in that.
Edward Karewe is General Secretary of GAU. Now let's turn to the stock market. The price of Access Bank is expected to record some appreciation this week on the Ghana Stock Exchange due to strong demand. Republic Bank, on the other hand, is likely to record losses. Here's Grace Munayin of Data Bank Research with how your investments will fare this week.
The trading week concluded with 7 price movers consisting of 5 gainers and 2 laggards. The gainers were GCB Bank, Unilever Ghana, SIC Insurance, Camelot Ghana, and New Gold. Conversely, Cal Bank and MTN Ghana ended the week as the decliners. Accordingly, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index lost 0.12% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 10.28%. However, the Data Bank Stock Index gained 0.63% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 9.07%. Overall turnover totaled 40.2 million Ghana cedis from the exchange of 491,833 shares across 21 counters. New Gold dominated trading activity, accounting for 98% of the aggregate turnover. This week, we expect the price of Access Bank to record some appreciation based on strong demand, while Republic Bank is likely to record losses. For Joy Business Reports, Grace Munanyun of Data Bank Research.
Thanks, Grace. On the currency market this morning, the dollar going for 13 cedis 43 pesos. That's on the retail market. The pound 16 cedis 58 pesos. The euro going for 14 cedis 38 pesos. On the commodity market, crude oil trading at $89 a barrel. Gold gained more than $12. Open trading at $2,341 an ounce. Cocoa open trading at $9,312 a ton after inching up by almost $300. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Kojang Sen, who is celebrating 10 years in the business of hosting the Super Morning Show.
No, be easy like that.
Yeah.
10 years, yes. It's been a very rewarding 10 years, though. I'm very, very proud.
Hasn't
very
it been?
excited to be
Yeah.
here. Yes. So, over the weekend, I was, mucking about on social media. I came across a video of Tyrese Gibson, the famous actor, musician, Tyrese. He was in his friend's car doing a live, video, and he was praising his friend for having the most amazing, playlist.
Okay.
Right. He was in awe of her music. I think it was yesterday, so it was a Sunday, and they were driving around town, and she played him a gospel song.
Wow.
And it blew his mind. This is it. This is the song she played him.
Let's hear it.
Tyrese Gibson sitting in his friend's car, listening to this song and just being completely enraptured by the performance of Mercy Chinwo. The vocals and the lyrics. I mean, the guy was taken to church and he certainly bore witness. Hello, Ray.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm all right. You look nice. I like the green combination.
Yes. It's
Clearly,
for a green Ghana.
Yes, clearly, not a decision you made yourself.
It is a useful decision.
We understand your handicap, and we thank God. We thank God for the assistance you have in these areas. Hi, Mamavi.
Hi there. Good morning.
Good morning. How was your weekend?
It was okay.
Yeah.
I went to see Dubai on No Sex. Too much laughter, man.
Okay.
You guys missed.
Only laughter.
You want to see yourself?
No change of heart.
I didn't believe that.
Only laughter.
You know the ticket. So the lady finally, the wife got the tickets.
Don't give away. Don't spoil. No,
it's ended actually, so she can give it away. But let's get to our drive safe.
But still, others will watch it one day.
Ticket.
Don't give it away. Oh.
Let's go for our drive safe.
You shouldn't give it away. People will go and watch it someday.
Anyway, it's brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group. It's supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance Solid Protection. So our tip today says adjust for rain because it's raining.
Mm-hmm.
Another key part of being a defensive driver is knowing how to drive in all types of weather conditions, including rain. Defensive driving also means knowing when to pull over to wait out severe weather. Now, braking times increase in heavy downpours or the first 30 minutes of a heavy rainstorm. So stay on high alert during these times. Keep extra distance between your vehicle and those around you. Turn on your hazards if necessary and slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Very, very important.
Somebody's misbehaving, just allow them to. Yeah.
Anyway.
We can now learn how to say it right?
Yes, sir.
And it's brought to you by Kingdom Books. A Kingdom quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either. I say either.
Can you believe I've been doing this job for a decade now? Time flies when you're having fun, eh? Now, beloved, let's take this opportunity to correct our pronunciation of the word decade. D-E-C-A-D-E. Decade, not decade. The word decade derives its meaning from the Greek word dekas, D-E-K-A-S, which means groups of 10. Now that evolved into dekados, which meant 10 consecutive years. And now we have the English word decade to mean precisely that, 10 years. Decade, on the other hand, is the past tense of decay, which means to rot. As you can see, totally unrelated to the concept of 10 years. Anyway, now you can say it right, and hopefully a decade from now, your pronunciation will not have decayed. See what I did there? All right, let's get into the news review brought to us, as always, by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, and Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
Now, let's start with the Daily Graphic that's reporting this morning. At the Graphics Your Ghana, My Ghana program, NPP NDC must prioritize public interest. That is some of the speakers there. And it has on the front page Dr. Yao Graham, a coordinator of the Third World Network Africa. Then also Dr. Yao Ban, Secretary General of the Trade Unions Congress. Two very serious progressives in the Republic of Ghana. Of course, I mean, the two major political parties have been asked to prioritize the needs and interest of the public. And it goes without saying. This according to leading civil society activists and the trade unionists I just mentioned. So they say put the interest of this country first. This will enable Ghana have appreciable socio-economic development. That's what Dr. Yao Graham is saying. I'm not sure the people who are supposed to listen that will listen keenly, or it might be too late for them to listen, or probably are preparing for another round of interest at the back, personal parochial interest first. But GTech directs universities to seize SHS satellite campus operations. That's on the front page. And government increases cocoa producer prices from 33,120 per ton. Yes, and that's 33,120 per ton and 2,070 per bag. And
the farmers are being called on to reject the new offer.
I've seen a statement from the NDC. Complain to Shraj when institution treat you wrongly. This is Deputy Commissioner to Citizenry. So Shraj is your place to go.
All right, the New Finder newspaper has got the cocoa price also on its front page. Ghana Italy commit to advancing economic ties. Government to launch performance tracker on Wednesday. Story of interest on page 2 though. 6 persons arrested for staging kidnap of pre-sec students.
What happened there?
And if you follow the facts as
the
narrated by the police service, who say they foiled this kidnapping attempt. The 4 are all students of the school, and this was supposed to be to extort money for travel purposes. A lot doesn't make sense right now.
But Mama V, what really is my concern is how these young boys want to extort money from their parents to leave the country.
Allegedly.
Yes. But the fact that they even think of leaving this country, for me, is something that we, as parents,
it's a serious concern,
and as authorities, we should be concerned about.
Yeah.
Is it for good? I thought maybe just for like a.
But you see, that we have
some
whatever it
purpose.
is today, people do not see their future in
Would
this
that
country.
make it any better?
No.
As for these young ones, the police actually did the right thing. They've not mentioned their names because investigations are not concluded.
They're juveniles as well.
Let's wait for the investigations to be concluded. But if the talk of wanting to leave this country is anything to go by, we should be concerned.
Oh, if you want to extend that, and no, it's not. The survey was not senior high school. The university students have said you will get more than 84% saying they would abandon the course they are currently doing, and this includes even medical students
in university.
Yes, to actually leave the country. I mean, it sounds like a joke, or sometimes they do all of these things around it, but it's a very serious matter.
No, it is,
Yes.
and to the extent that even today, I mean, as part of the scholarship thing, I realized that at the time when the UK actually allowed spouses
Carry
to
your
join,
family along.
carry family along, people were actually paying. So you get a
bribing their way.
Yeah. So for instance, I mean, you get admission to a UK university, and as part of your scholarship, you're even told that bring money, pay in advance, bribe in advance,
pay half advance, yes.
half of it, and then you can actually go and arrange marriage so that the two of you would share
That's
and
true.
pay.
And pay the cost involved.
And then when you get to the UK, that's the end. Nobody thinks about you again. Your stipends will not be paid. End of story. Yes, just get there, leave the course after the first semester, and go and find your way.
But I think it's extremely disturbing when we have under 18s thinking also about leaving. I mean, especially when you're in secondary school.
Well, so cocoa producer price at 2,070 effective April 5. What the cocoa farmers are saying is that if the price on the world market is increased by more than 200%, why do you increase it by 58% here? That is just unacceptable. Ghana seeks Italy's support to tackle insecurity in sub-region. Ghana ranked best in governance in West Africa, the World Economics Governance Index report. 6 are arrested for staging kidnapping of pre-sec student is also here. But the big one here says stakeholders hold crunch meeting over energy crisis. And at the end of the meeting, the chairman of the committee, Mines and Energy Committee, Samuel Atachia, says now the need for ECG to release a load shedding timetable is non-negotiable. Now, let me read it here. It says, it's non-negotiable, and the committee was very strong on that. It says, but the bigger problem is that those who are enjoying power should know that it will be available so that they can plan their lives around the timetable.
So you realize that, well, I mean, the idea now is that ECG also has to put the pressure on backwards, because the reason why ECG has been unable to deliver a timetable is because they say that they are getting the information about what load to shed from Gridco sometimes less than 24 hours before they are supposed to shed the load. Now, why is that happening? Well, it's probably because Gridco is not able to determine in advance which of the power plants is going to get fuel, which ones are not. So they are trying to manage the situation on a daily basis, which means they are giving information to ECG on a daily basis. So how would ECG, for instance, give you a timetable for the coming week?
Now, contrary to that claim by ECG, we have also seen GRIDCO in its communication to all power sector players,
including the minister,
including ECG, peak generating capacity and off-peak. So you know that your peak demand is 3,600, 700 sometimes, and what they can give you today is 3,200 megawatts.
But that's on a daily basis, is it not?
I'm making that point. And in that communication to all the power sector players, GRIDCO actually makes it clear the shortfall during peak and off-peak hours. They know. They know.
How far in
GRIDCO
advance?
has also made it very clear, and they know the shortfall when it comes to even gas and the plants that are not functioning. All these, the sector players know. So this is a clear case of Adanko Dada Day. We're going around in circles so that is this, is that, is this, is that. So that at the end of the day we say we don't know what's happening. Somebody must just sit down and say, enough. We want to do the right thing.
The minister should be the one to take the reins of this situation, since all of the institutions are butting heads and denying responsibility. The minister, if he was up to the task, would be knocking their heads together and making sure that the right thing is done. Nobody but him has the power and the mandate to do so. All right, moving on.
All right, I've got the Daily Guide newspaper. A Judicial by-election, NPP clears 9 to contest. 9 grabbed for spreading false missing penis news. We talked about this just last week. It's moved from just Kaswa to Ashaman, apparently, as
What's
well.
the
And I
attraction?
think one other place.
What's the attraction? Why are people excited to do this?
Complete ignorance.
My goodness. Anyway, I need to put this bit of information out. Someone is just alerting us that there's a blockage on a section of the Spintex Road near the portion of road that's along the front of the China Mall. It's not clear what is responsible for this blockage or who is doing it, but this is clearly the wrong time of day for such a thing to be happening. Can the authorities please be alive to it and go check out the situation and see if they can get traffic moving, because people are already locked behind this blockage. Thank you very much. Shall we?
The Business and Financial Times finally, cocoa price up by 58%, wheat imports to grow 6%, and Parliament justifies passport fee hike. That's it.
All right. Now, listen, before we go online to do the online review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest, Goyle Good Energy and G&J Technical Services celebrating 30 years of providing backup power in Ghana. I'd love for us to pay a little bit of attention to what was said on Newsfile regarding this situation with the Wulumo and the child. But before we get to that, let's hear from our sponsors, Zenith Bank and Goyle.
Exactly, and the Zenith Fun Form promo is on. Just reminding all of you, sign up for a free Zenith MasterCard from now to April 30, 2024 at any Zenith Bank branch nationwide, and enjoy up to 2 free deliveries each month when you use your card on Glovo from now until October 20, 2024. With a Zenith MasterCard, you can conveniently make everyday purchases on a POS device, withdraw funds from ATMs, and pay for goods and services online. Get your free Zenith MasterCard from the nearest Zenith Bank branch today and enjoy this amazing offer. Just visit zenithbank.com.gh for more information. Remember, terms and conditions apply. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
And Goyle PLC, your CIMG Hall of Fame and 2022 Petroleum Company of the Year, is taking the lead again. Goyle is open ultra-modern liquefied petroleum auto gas service stations. Now, the modern auto gas service station is safe, clean, and offers affordable alternative fuel for your vehicle. Look out for the Goyle Auto Gas Station in the following areas: Bemakam Goyle Service Station, Accra; Kweshi Goyle Service Station, Accra; Pedu Junction Goyle Service Station, Cape Coast; Impinting Goyle Service Station in Takrady, Kenton Chrono; Goyle Service Station in Kumasi. Goyle, delivering the safest and affordable gas at your convenience. Goyle Good Energy, Goyle. Yeah.
All right, so this is a wrap of what was said on Newsfile regarding this continuing debacle of the child and the deity and the priest. Listen.
My position is that whether 12, 15 or 16, the law is clear. If you look at Section 14. And I've heard discussion. And for me, again, I keep saying that this event is a good opportunity for us as Ghanaians to resensitize ourselves. It is neither here or there, whether 12, whether 15 or 16. Of course, I'm mindful of Section 122 of Act 560 on the determination of the age of a child. It is key only for purposes of ensuring that Section 14 has not been breached. And clearly, the arguments that are being thrown out there, whether 12, 15 or 16, still does not meet the age criteria. So if there's any determination of ages as to 18, so that the 12, 15, 16, I think is neither here or there.
And now what we realize is that because people have known that when they perform the marriage rites, it will come out, people will see and they will come and report. Now they will not perform the marriage rites. They will ask the child to go and live with the person. So you see the child living with the person, and then when the child is 18, they will do whatever they are supposed to do. But from 12 years, you see that the child is living with the person, and in law we call it cohabitation, and the person will be cohabiting with the man for all this while, because they know that when they perform the marriage ceremony openly, people will hear and they will report to SHRAG or they will report to the police. And I think that is another area that we have to look at.
So the state must still stay on course. The state must also ensure that the social welfare plan for care is in place. If we go back to those frameworks and look at how we are supposed to set in place community systems of protection, they are not difficult. Sometimes it just needs somebody doing their work, putting their eyes on the ball, and ensuring that these things are happening. The district assemblies are the ones supposed to protect children within their jurisdictions. How much does the district assembly, the MCs, know about the protective frameworks that we have? We have to check all of those things.
The prosecution should take place and sanctions meted out. I think that this issue has come up. There's a national strategy in place to try to address child marriage from the year, I think, 2017 to 2026. It is still in place. And for me, this is a classic case which we should see through to set a big precedent in this country, so that nobody will think of doing anything like this once established that it was actually a marriage or it was a betrothal. I mean, what we've seen, we don't want this repeated anymore. So I think that the law should work. It should be seen to work.
All right, so you heard from Deputy Attorney General Diana Sonaba Dapa, Deputy Commissioner of SHRAG, Mercy Labi, the founder of ARC Foundation, Angela Dramana Boaje, and private legal practitioner Sheila Menka Primo. And they all shared their views on this matter on Newsfile.
If the law's position is that this should not be allowed, then the people who are in relevant authority must crack the whip. Customary law is on the hierarchy of laws, mostly after acts and sometimes even LIs and other what they call executive instruments. So one will see that matter is settled. But what I see happening here is a bigger conflict about whether or not people respect the customs of an area, or they do not, or they feel that some practices are despicable. And even to the people of Nungwa and the people that are being said to be engaged in these things, it is very possible that in the 21st century, you've modified sections of your customary practices. You would modify it in a way that it doesn't offend or appear to offend anybody, especially those who are bent on saying everything customary law is terrible, and that since the Abrahamic religions came into being, everything African traditional religion should be pushed to the back burner. So this matter can be resolved easily, without much controversy, without the hula baloo about we are suppressing children, we are doing all of this. And again, it brought up a bigger problem to do with child marriages as a problem currently ongoing, still persistent in the Republic of Ghana, which is in and of itself despicable and ought to be dealt with. Yeah. We cannot guarantee, we cannot allow anybody, and I don't know why any man would think the best thing to do at an old age is not to look for women who are of age when they are in abundance, but rather to chase children. That system must cease. So it's not to me a matter that cannot be resolved easily. the way we are throwing in different angles and different elements and making it look like it's a very complicated one. It's a fairly straightforward one. If the state takes the view that this is what's happening and that is supported by the relevant legal provisions, they know what to do. And we expect action immediately. But that view cannot be taken like you are just playing around or you've had massive uproar, so you are reacting to it. That view should be taken because brilliant minds have determined that this is an offensive act contrary to specific provisions. And that's it.
Right. I respect customary law. I mean, it's and our traditions. It's part of the Ghanaian history. But I think that we've also gotten to a point where customary or traditions must also be in the best interest of the child. But the other thing I want to point out is the fact that we have different interpretations on this section 14 of the Children's Act. So you'd see on Newsfile, there was one interpretation put to it. If you see the write-up by Ayikwe Otu and some others, there's another interpretation put to it. I think we need the Supreme Court to clear things out on section 14 1A, so that things would be put to, because it's become like a legal battle, and this person says this and this person says this. We're reading from the same law, but we're giving different interpretations to it. We need to clear that up once and for all.
I definitely agree with you, Mamavi, because somebody says, per my understanding, we've done no wrong. Another says, no, you are wrong because this is what you cannot force, and force has become a subject of debate, what constitutes force here and there. The thing about religion is that sometimes it's very difficult to understand, particularly if you do not practice that religion. But most importantly, all of us would agree that people must be protected irrespective of their religion. And so under the circumstance, we all would agree that that little girl, whether she's 12, 13, 14, or soon to be 16, has to be protected. But in the meantime, in order to ensure that we don't come back to this discussion again, let's test it in the courts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with all of you. The fact is that at this point, as a society, we probably ought not need the law to tell us that we have to protect children. We ought not. We should be at a point where we understand that some of our culture, even though our culture is so important, it's our identity, it must be protected at all costs. In spite of that, I think we know when we have cultural practices that put people at risk. We know. And I doubt that it was a debate amongst and the enlightened whether or not trocosi should be stopped. I doubt it was a debate among the enlightened whether or not the practice of beheading children to bury them with dead chiefs should be stopped. I doubt those things were debates. I think we need to carry forward the same basic general decency as human beings and understand that it is our responsibility to protect our children. They can't make these decisions on their own. So we must protect them. That's all I'll say on that. All right, then I think it's exactly time for us to go for the BBC News. We must apologize. The bulletin itself will not come your way today. We will be returning with the BBC News from tomorrow. But it's brought to us by Fidelity Bank, believe with us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime. Some messages now from our partners.
We have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa, We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Good energy powers the things that people do to empower themselves. It fuels families, communities, businesses. Good energy fuels nations. It gets things going and keeps them moving. Good energy isn't just what we do, it's who we are. Goyle, good energy.
And that's why I choose Goyle. I'm a Zuma Nelson, 3-time world boxing champion, and a patriot.
What name brightens the streets, homes, and businesses of Ghana? What company has been providing world-class backup power to Ghanaians for 30 years?
G&J Technical Services.
Final answer?
Yes, G&J. Final answer.
Correct.
G&J is celebrating 30 years of providing backup power in Ghana. As the largest supplier of world-class generators in the country, we have been the backbone of Ghana's alternative power industry by delivering the best sales, maintenance, and after-sales solutions the nation has ever seen. We've done it for 30 years, and we promise that the future will be even brighter. Reach us in Accra on 030-268-9178 or 9179 and 020-222-2204 all the way to 2220. And in Kumasi on 020-222-236 or 020-222-2220.
When the pain is too much, don't know what else to do. So rapping all, will take the pain away. Rapping all,
Rapinol is what you need. Rapinol will relieve you of all aches and pain in your body. Rheumatic pain, menstrual pain, body pain, toothaches, and other feverish conditions. Rapinol is a quality product from Danex Itin Starwin PLC. If symptoms persist after 48 hours, consult a physician. Not suitable for children below 16 years old, asthmatic, and ulcer patients. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302-680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
Are you tired of the daily commute to work during rush hour? Or maybe you're planning a girls' night out and need a reliable ride. Perhaps you need to deliver an important parcel and want to get there on time. Whatever your reason for commuting, Access Bank and Uber have got you covered. With Access Bank Visa Card, you can now enjoy 30% off Uber rides. That's 30% off every ride. Use promo code Access Ride Savings to enjoy affordable, convenient, and cheaper rides even on a limited budget. Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity to save big on your daily commute. Visit our website www.ghana.accessbankplc.com or social media today to learn more and start enjoying and saving on your Uber rides like never before. Access Visa Card, the perfect partner for your Uber rides. Access Bank, more than banking.
Imagine this. Your employees spend 1/3 of their lives at work. That's 13,000 days or 110,000 hours dedicated to their jobs. At Old Mutual, we don't just see the numbers, we see the faces and the dreams behind them.
With our tailored group life insurance and pension plans, you can provide your employees with employee benefit schemes that gives them peace of mind for their futures and for their families. Make the choice that shows your commitment to your employees today. Call 0509-551-609 or email corporate services at oldmutual.com.gh. Old Mutual, do great things every day.
There are some classy celebrations that calls for whipping out your favorite China sets. Same goes for your luxury vehicle. Just any engine oil won't do. Premium understands premium best. The new Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties is the one for your premium car. It's a fully synthetic motor oil designed using the Shell Pure Plus technology. Prevents dirt buildup with exceptional cleaning power, leaving your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and gives you stronger, long-lasting engine performance. So, if you want your classic car to run smoothly like a Ferrari for years to come, use the Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP with carbon neutral properties. Shell Helix Ultra 0W20 SP, designed for ultimate engine performance.
Service. It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup.
to the Scholarship Secretariat to get what they call the letter of consent. And do you know what they do in the UK and other countries? They become janitors. They begin to serve in the old age homes after being sponsored with thousands of pounds of Ghanaian hard, cold cash. They become janitors.
We shortlist the aptitude test based on the median score. We invite those who are scaled through for interview. For the interviews, you are marked on these criteria. Your academic merit, depending on the grade that you go, we give you a mark. The motivation to pursue a particular course, your comprehension and general knowledge.
From next week, we'll be putting out the entire data so that Ghanaians will know who benefited. It's not everybody that we know. So people are beginning to come out, and I'm sure eventually we'll get a situation where people's names are there, but they never got the money or they never got to benefit from the scholarship.
It is simply wrong. And that is why I've argued that in all of this, we ought to be looking at a legislative framework that should regulate and define and establish how scholarships are awarded. And until we do that, and also extricate the Scholarship Secretariat from the direct control of the executive.
Am I the only one who is surprised that since Thursday, when this story came up, we haven't heard from the president?
The executive president?
Yeah, president of Ghana.
That is President Akufo-Addo's normal behavior. I mean, the expectation is that he would wait. I mean, and sometimes it's only fair that leadership sits back and examine what's happening, then comes out conclusively to make a determination that this is the way forward. So I will not blame him on this one. That's why we started to speak a long time ago that he's still here to speak on it. So for President Akufo-Addo, I understand him. I mean, he's not lame duck. He's checking out. He's preparing. So sometimes some of these things are expected.
But isn't he interested? Because, I mean, you have to be interested, first of all.
When the unit is under the office of the president, for example. One would think that you'd be interested. When this is, and I said it here, is about justice. And sometimes we miss out on that key point. That when the people feel the system is supposed to deliver a fair distribution of a resource that's limited, it's not fair to everybody. You undermine your sovereignty as a country. People built in their abstract conception of a state that it is for the service and the good of a few and not for everybody. That's why it exists. I'm happy that we are all coming around the table and discussing this matter in a way that ideally, as Kweku Azan says, enough of the talk. Now there's a need for a probe that will settle all of these matters by a relevant state institution that now becomes the position of government. Because government sometimes will not like to adopt what they call media reports, because that's what we do, right? So we want a relevant state matter will do a proper probe into the matter, conclude that this is problematic. Now these are the ways we are going to fix it. I have no difficulties with that proposed plan. I believe that it should be the way, and I also agree with those people who are saying that so far as you become a beneficiary of state scholarship, it is only fair to publish your name.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be keeping it secret.
It's not secret. And you see, if you see the communication with some state institutions, what the class secretariat told the Fourth Estate first, we can't give you the information. There are some personal details on
details.
No, but it's okay.
We have paid for people to go to school.
No
and
problem.
You say personal details.
It's okay. You leave out, let's say, age and other things.
Oh yeah,
but
we don't
very
need that.
fine that you give us names, the courses, how much. This is something that before, not long ago, Dom Level published to everybody's hearing and seeing. So you felt it was problematic. It's also to do with how people in government think. And I think that if President Akufo-Addo is supposed to intervene today, his first act is to relieve Kingsley Agyeman of that role as a way of beginning the interesting probe that's required.
You see, the bit about publishing names. We're having these discussions in our auditing class years ago when, Domelevo published that initially. And one thing was very clear. Sometimes auditors actually do these things to find out whether truly these are the beneficiaries. And we realized there were names published in there that were not beneficiaries.
Yes.
They said, I didn't receive any money.
Why is my name on the list?
So sometimes just a way of saying, you know what, let's publish. Because, but this is it. Why? You went for public funds and you think that we mustn't know that you've come for public funds. Once you come for public funds. But you see, there's something Kwame Sowu Jr. posted about 3 years ago about scholarship. I just want to read this and make up. It says, perhaps we must consider a review of state-sponsored international scholarships. we'll spend about $15 million on government scholarships this year. Are there impact report for these annual investments?
Thank you.
How strategic are the courses we sponsor to our national development? What happens to beneficiaries after the education? Can we consider bringing in the best teachers from all over the world to come and teach job-oriented, highly economic and socially relevant courses in Ghana instead of sending a few students abroad?
Or
This
let
is Kwame Sowo.
Or let them collaborate with local universities.
Exactly.
So simple.
Yes. I mean, and let me just end on this note. Today, $50,000 for a course at Harvard University
Public
that will cost you less than 30,000 cedis at the University of Ghana.
We need the executive to agree that there is a gap, there is an issue, first of all. But if you hear the administrator of the secretariat speak, you get the sense that he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He says, are they Ghanaians? Are they Ghanaians?
And that this is insignificant.
Yes.
You know, the figure is so small.
Yeah.
But whichever way you look at it, there is a gap. We need to be clear what the qualifying criteria is, for instance. And right now, we don't get it.
It's good for him that 50,000 is an insignificant amount. That's even one person's scholarship. Look, anyway, I get your point that maybe the president, is not yet considering it an important issue. But the whole country is.
That's true.
The whole country is considering it an important issue. People are very angry about it. People are commenting on social media. After this, I'm going to go check the president's page to see what he has been talking about in the past few days, because those things must clearly be more important to him than this. So I'll go and have a look. I'm curious. But right now, though, I think it's time for us to get things going. Today on the Super Morning Show, we will be talking to a few more people to expose the concerns and issues around our scholarship secretariat and how they go about granting scholarships to Ghanaians. Ghanaians.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
And of course, the poorly maintained car engine can age faster. That's why we offer specially formulated quartz engine oil with age resistance technology. It's a breakthrough innovation that ensures optimal performance for your engine and improves protection against mechanical wear by up to 74%, even under extreme temperatures and pressure. Choosing quartz from Total Energies is choosing the engine oil that keeps your engine running efficiently and effectively. Quartz keep your engine younger for longer.
All right, listen, great news. Batimat is here again. It's the extra large clearance sale, guaranteed savings. All the products in the showroom are up to 70% off from now till the end of April 2024. That's from 20, 25%, 30, 40, 50, up to 70% on several products. Carry out your construction project this year with complete peace of mind. Don't miss this opportunity. It's the year to get things done. Batimat is home for some of the best brands in building solutions. They're the leading distributors of Legrand electrical products like distributions, boards and enclosures, switches and sockets, breakers, etc. We also have the best waterproofing solutions and chemicals for your building projects. Other products include tiles, lights, office furniture, sanitary wares, bathroom accessories, and more. Enjoy great discount on all these items. It's price craziness at Batimat from now till April 30. 2024. Visit our showroom at the North Industrial Area. It's next to Winners Chapel, Ghana, close to ECG Aveno. You can call ahead on 054 431 4553. Don't miss out. Batimat. Welcome home.
Now, it's difficult to keep good news to yourself. We know that, especially when it can transform your life and that of those close to you. SG Ghana, we know, went low on interest rates last year. We're all very excited by this. But this year, they've even gone lower. Yes. Yeah, Tisubium. Now, are you an SG Ghana customer or on the Controller and Accountant General's payroll? Then get the money you need to turn your dreams into a reality. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you and speak to our dedicated staff about the amazing Yatisubium loan phones available today. You can also call 0302-214-314 for more details. Offer runs till the 7th of June 2024. Terms and conditions apply. SG Ghana, the future is you.
All right. Well, G&J, your reliable alternative backup power solutions provider, is 30 years old. Now, they would like to thank all of you, their cherished partners and customers, for being part of this journey. Now, as they embrace the future with brighter hopes, they look forward to providing you with the best backup power service to your homes, offices, churches, and more. Now, they're still the largest backup power supplier in the country, and with their 24-hour service delivery, they are poised to give you the best brands in backup power and after-sales service. You can find G&J Accra just off the Mortuary Road to Kolibu. You can call G&J on 0302-689-178 or 0302-689-179.
Now, if you ever tried to push a pull door, you know it doesn't work. Well, same goes for when you put the wrong engine oil in your luxury vehicle. Let me introduce you to you. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP, specially formulated with a unique Shell Pure Plus technology that actively helps lubricate and clean your engine, giving your car premium peak performance. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP provides unsurpassed wear and sludge protection, leaves your pistons cleaner than a whistle, up to 50% more than the industry standard, and enhanced fuel economy. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP is designed to be safe for the environment with a significant reduction in carbon emissions. I could go on and on and on and on and on, but the only way to prove the value of Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP is to try it yourself. Premium rules best with premium. Shell Helix Ultra OW20 SP, made for premium today.
Now, if you're driving, just a quick announcement. If you are on the Pokuase to Ofankor stretch, I understand that there's serious flooding at the barrier. So please use the main road. At least that's what those who are using the road are, telling us on our platform. Please be safe. But in today's competitive business landscape, a healthy workforce is the foundation of success. That's why we have designed our corporate health plans to empower your employees and enhance your organization's performance. With Equity Health Insurance, you're not just investing in insurance, you are investing in the future of your company. Our plans are tailored to meet the unique needs of your employees, providing comprehensive coverage and incomparable benefits. Our commitment goes beyond paperwork and premiums. At Equity Health Insurance, we stay with you all the way. Call us on 0501 515 124 or 0506 607 910 and let us serve you better. Equity Health Insurance, here for you.
Now to the businessman, trader and parents sending money to loved ones and business partners thanks to the Access Bank PAPS partnership. You can now send money across border hassle-free. Now you can send money to pay goods and services, make business transactions and cover school fees across Africa without worrying about foreign exchange losses or delays. It's straightforward, secure, and keeps your mind at ease. Benefit from instant payments from across Nigeria, Liberia, Gambia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone with zero foreign exchange hassle. When you send money in cedis, it will not be received in any other currency by the recipient. For more information, visit our website ghana.accessbankplc.com or call our toll-free 0800 004400. For your cross-border payments, visit any of our branches and PAPS it with Access Bank. Access Bank, more than banking.
All right, now Global Intellect University is organizing a one-on-one picture evangelism training seminar, which is a rather special thing to do. It's going to be held on the 16th of April at GIU International Christian Academy from 8 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. So this world-renowned American team is going to lead the seminar for pastors, evangelists, and all Christians to share the gospel by pictures in all languages, which is brilliant. Now, this evangelism method is very effective, regardless of whether you are talking to people who who can read or not. So they can easily share the gospel through pictures. Please come and learn the one-on-one picture evangelism training seminar at GIU International Christian Academy on the 16th of April 2024. Now, the seminar will be limited to the first 200 people. Please register with 30 Ghana cedis by the 12th when you call 0540 827530, or just go to GIU's website, which is giuc.org.
And Toyota users, get ready for a revolution. If you want your Toyota engine to function optimally, then there's only one choice, the Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. The Toyota Genuine Motor Oil has been rigorously tested and proven to be the best oil for your Toyota engine, specially crafted to keep your Toyota engine running smoothly and efficiently. The Toyota Genuine Motor Oil is available at all Toyota Ghana branches across the nation. Nothing makes your engine happier than Toyota Genuine Motor Oil. For bulk purchase or distribution, contact Toyota Ghana on 0302 429801. Toyota, superior quality.
And it's new and has you in mind. Imperial General Assurance brings you the collision insurance policy. We give you insurance beyond the road. The collision insurance from Imperial General gives you protection in the event of a collision with another car or an object. The policy offers repair of your damaged car parts resulting from the collision, hospitalization benefits if you're admitted beyond 3 days. You need not be involved in an accident to benefit. Just remember, all third-party benefits as well. So get collision insurance from Imperial. Call Imperial today on 0577 667 436, or just talk to your broker or any of our agents across the country for further details. You can also follow us on all our social media handles. Terms and conditions apply. Collision insurance, insurance beyond the road. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
All right, this is your daily reminder to go check out kingdomstoreonline.com, where you can buy whatever you want from Kingdom Books and Stationery, quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and of course stationery. And you can pay via Momo across all networks. They will deliver to your home or office in very good time, and you even get free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. Alrighty then, it's time for us to take some messages, after which we'll be sharing your birthday wishes and sports right here on the Super Morning Show.
Imagine strutting into the most anticipated wedding of the year, only to see 7 other girls wearing your exact same outfit.
You are special and one of a kind, and that's why whether it's voice, data, or SMS, you get to enjoy personalized offers tailored to your specific needs with MTN Just For You. Dial *141# or select your options on the My MTN app to redeem your unique Just For You package on Ghana's best mobile network. MTN.
Have you ever thought of the one that makes you complete? An escape from the clutches of interest charges. With the Standard Chartered Visa debit and credit cards, payments are completed at the speed of light, intertwined with interest earning accounts. You also get unbelievable rewards every time you swipe. You have access to over 1,200 airport lounges worldwide. High credit limits of up to 100,000 Ghana cedis and up to 50 days interest-free with our credit cards. You also get to enjoy full multi-trip travel insurance for 90 days. Fees discounted at your feet with our globally partnered merchant points. Bills are always settled, not battled. Get the Standard Chartered debit and credit card now. Call toll-free on 0800 740 100 or 0302 740 100, or reach us via email on feedback.ghana@sc.com. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Great news is here. Batmat is here again. XXL clearance sale. Guaranteed savings. From now till the end of April, the big sale continues. Get discounts of up to 70% off sanitary wares, light tiles, waterproofing, and all other product families. It's the year to get things done. Visit our showroom at the North Industrial Area next to the Winners Chapel, Ghana. Don't miss out. Batmat, welcome home.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by
MTN, everywhere you go.
And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
Okay.
We'll
Are we doing
back.
them?
No,
we'll come back. We'll
yes,
come back and
yes.
do them later. Which means it's time for the Joy Sports Center, brought to you by
MTN,
everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
DSTV,
It's your moment.
Twisco Energy Food Drink. Twisco, power your dream. And Bet Power.
Now, did you know that MTN Momo has an app? Yes, MTN Momo has a brand new app specially designed to make your Momo experience easier, convenient, and faster. Just download the Momo app on Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and look out for the blue and yellow icon. It starts simple. Momo app allows you to view your statements, pay bills, and so much more using, the app for your Momo transactions. Use the app for your Momo transactions and enjoy 100% bonus when you recharge using the Momo app. So go on, download the Momo app now and start transacting with a Flex at no data cost. Just Momo it everywhere you go.
All right, now imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transform into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more, because Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans allows you to dream this dream to become a dazzling reality. And guess what? The renewable energy loans come at very low rates as well. So we're not just offering loans, we're offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, call Standard Chartered on 050-153-5789 or 050-153-5790. Also 0244-674-154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good. And Achu is here. Good morning.
Here for sports, Mama V. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Yourself?
I'm great.
Awesome.
Yes, we're getting into the Joy Sports Center with me, Victor Achu Tamaklu. Coming up this morning.
Garnacho on the sack available. Menu. It's a great what a goal from Kobe Minu! Old Trafford erupts, and Jurgen Klopp's title dream in his final season is dangling now.
Man United draw with Liverpool to tilt the Premier League title race in Arsenal's favour. Also coming up in today's bulletin.
Yaya Drama effects a throw in. Once the return, he gets it, he swings it in. The keeper gathers nicely. Oh, I made a mistake! And it has resulted in a goal for Bibiani Goal Star! What a mistake!
Hatzavok punished at the Accra Sports Stadium by Bibiani Gold Stars, but of more significance, Dreams FC securing a historic CAF Confederation Cup semi-final spot. We'll tell you all about that. But first, Mauliwayo scored the only goal last night to condemn Accra Hatzavok to a 1-0 defeat on their return to the Accra Sports Stadium in that Week 24 Premier League fixture. Goalkeeper Sharif Shaibu's second half mistake handed the 3 points to the visitors in only the second loss under Abubakar Ouattara. Ouattara says Shoaib's mistake was due to a lack of experience.
Yes, because we missed so many chances and lack of the chance. We didn't try to shoot part of the game, but this is the football. Sometimes you try your best, but it didn't go. But that, unfortunately, we take it, one goes. That's the problem.
Okay.
That counter-attack the goalkeeper want to do, that the lack of the experience of him. But I think all these things we are there to prepare the team.
Well, Kotoko, meanwhile, managed to end their 4-game losing streak after drawing goalless with Bechem United. Here's Kotoko assistant coach David Oklu.
It's a game we fought very hard for this draw. We came with a game plan, and you could see the boys were very determined, very disciplined, and we had a point kudos to them. I think, no. To me, our previous games, we played very well, but we couldn't score. If you watch, the previous games we played very well, better than this, but we couldn't score. And with this game, the only difference is they were very disciplined defensively.
Kotoko still have just one win in 9 games in all competitions. Elsewhere, Salmantex remain top of the table with 45 points following their 1-0 win over defending champions Mediama at the Duan Century Arena. Nations FC edged Great Olympics by a goal to 0 with a late Razak Simpson goal to maintain their second spot on 43 points. Meanwhile, in Doma, Sam Adams netted a hat-trick to help Diana Stars rebound to winning ways with a 3-1 win over bottom side RTU following back-to-back losses in the league. In other games, Kerala United enhanced their relegation fight with a 1-0 win over 17th-placed Pando Hearts of Lions, while in Swatraman, United also drew goalless with Brecum Chelsea. Kumasi next, where Dreams FC made history by becoming the first Ghanaian club in 20 years to reach the semi-final of the CAF Confederation Cup. The FA Cup holders drew 1-1 with Mali Stade Malien in the reverse fixture of the quarter-final and progressed 3-2 on aggregate. Live FM's Steven Zando watched the game and comes through with this report.
Dreams FC made history at the Babayara Sports Stadium by booking a spot in the last 4 of the CAF Confederation Cup after playing a 1-1 draw against Stade Malien of Mali. They came into the game leading by 2-1 from the first leg. Derek Ateji in the 4th minute of the game found the net, but after visiting VAR, referee cancelled the goal for an offside. Stade Malien dominated the Dreams FC actually in the last 10 minutes of the first half, creating some decent chances, but the resolute defense of Dreams FC kept the game at goalless at halftime. And after recess, Yaro Diaby in the 60th minute brought the first goal of the game for Stade Malien when a powered ball from a corner kick met him at the right time, at the right spot to slot the ball at the back of the net. The constant attacking display from Dreams FC paid off in the 70th minute when substitute Sylvester Simba pounced on a loose ball in the 18-yard box from a corner kick to get the equalizer for the Still Believe lads.
Let's get some post-match reactions. And Dreams FC coach Abdul Karim Zito says clubs on the continent will begin to take them seriously.
We are going to start preparing because where we've reached now, we've almost going to the ultimate. So it will be more difficult and we have to work hard if we want to make anything. But at the end of the day, we will not allow this qualification to put us down. We are going to fight. They've seen it. Yeah, it was more difficult now when we went there. I told them we are going to meet. This opposition will be better, will be more difficult than what we had over there. So I think now people will take it serious now when we go to the semi-finals. But trust me, we'll be there.
Well, they're in the semi-finals of the CAF Confederation Cup where they will face Egyptian giants Zamalek. The first leg will be played in Cairo on April 21st, while the reverse fixture is scheduled for Kumasi in a week's time. Moving on, the African Games LOC says it has agreed to pay volunteers an allowance of 1,000 Ghana cedis following agitations over their unpaid stipends. Volunteers have until today to validate their statuses before payment will be made to them. Elsewhere in Spain, Iñaki Williams and his brother Nico were crowned Copa del Rey champions after helping Athletic Club beat Mallorca 4-2 on penalties on Saturday after the game ended 1-0 after extra time. Now, while Bilbao were getting their hands on silverware, Man United made sure Liverpool loosened their grips on the Premier League trophy after a 2-2 draw at Old Trafford. Luis Diaz gave Liverpool the lead after 32 minutes before Bruno Fernandes leveled matters after a Jarrell Konsa mistake 5 minutes into the second half. Kobbie Mainoo then gave the Reds the lead after 67 minutes before Mo Salah converted a late controversial penalty to tie the game. Here's United's disappointed manager, Erik ten Hag.
First of all, it's very disappointing when you put yourself 3 times in a week in a winning position just before the end of the game. But then, drop points is very disappointing. And now, of course, we are all seen. And there are also some poor decisions. I would say all the 3 games were poor decisions, and not every time the same player. But we have to step up.
So that was United's Erik ten Hag. Meanwhile, Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp claims Arsenal will beat Man United on the penultimate day of the season if United play the way they did against Liverpool.
But Arsenal is a good football team, and if they play like today, Arsenal will win that game. I'm 100% sure. So that's just, I'm really sorry to say that, but this is matter of fact. We should have won both games and didn't. That's our fault. But no, I saw the boys wanting. I saw a top team today really in a difficult away game. It's for us much more difficult than for all other teams. Usually come to United and yes, people care a little bit more, a bit less. But when we are coming, it's obviously game on. So that's tricky. We dealt quite well with it.
That result ensured that Arsenal stayed top of the league, having beaten Brighton by 3-0 on Saturday. They are now on 71 points, leading Liverpool on goal difference, and would end their 20-year wait for a league title if they go there and win over Manchester United and essentially win all 7 of their remaining games. Arsenal forward Kai Havertz says they are quite capable of doing exactly that.
Yeah, I think we are ready for the challenge. We are there and we are up for it. I think you see it every week that everyone plays at the limit. I think we even maybe can play better, but you know, the attitude, the work rate of the boys is phenomenal, and everyone puts just everything into that game. And I think that's we are also that's successful right now. See the boys at the back, what they are doing right now is outstanding. You know, everyone is involved in that. The players up front as well. We try to get the ball high up the pitch, but you know, the way they defend the box is incredible.
So Arsenal did the business, and so did Manchester City, who came from behind to beat Palace by 4-2 at the Selhurst Park and are now a point behind leaders Arsenal. City boss Pep Guardiola credited Kevin De Bruyne, who scored twice and provided an assist for the win.
In the first half, we did mistakes that the reason is 3 days, and I have a moment that, but we had to do it, make a comeback, and today Kevin won the game. So with his actions, with the goals and assists and everything, his talent today was to the team, and we won for him. I don't know if he enjoyed more scoring goals than assists, but always we push him to say, you have to win games, but he won a lot of games for us, no doubt, and yeah, really good for his performance.
So that was Josep son of Guardiola, Manchester City manager. In other games, Chelsea drew 2-2 with Sheffield United. Aston Villa also drew 3-3 with Brentford. Mohamed Kudus West Ham came from behind to beat Wolverhampton Wanderers by the odd goal in 3, while Everton won by a 0-2 against Burnley. In Germany, Bayer Leverkusen moved within touching distance of a first Bundesliga title by beating 10-man Union Berlin by a 0-2. Florian Wirtz's penalty gave Xabi Alonso's side a 9th successive win to stretch their lead over Bayern Munich to 16 points with 6 games remaining. Speaking of Bayern, they gave their title rivals a helping hand by losing by 3-2. They actually went 2 goals in front before allowing Heidenheim to come back and win that game. So Leverkusen can end their long way to be crowned German champions by winning at home to Werder Bremen just next weekend. We simply cannot wait for that. That's all time will permit us on the Joy Sports Center. I'm Victor Achuta-Maklu.
All right, Achu, thanks a lot. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, plenty of sports on myjoyonline.com. Uncle Abel White joins us with food for thoughts. Uncle?
Gorgeous. You pulled a vanishing act.
Please, I want a customized G-Wagon.
In what language?
This one, French should do.
Okay, all right. Consider it done.
Because my husband won't get it for me. It won't happen. So, but Uncle, I think I agree with those who say, I think this is the best. Maybe I don't know. This one tops all the plays that I've seen. Plenty laughter, lots of laughter. Yeah. But there were also a lot of lessons. You know, at some points, the theater will be quiet. You see that Chale Echibibi, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was this play, it should come back, please, by popular requests.
It was fun watching the couples having their own drama in the auditorium. Yeah, no, you'll find couples saying, look, and then the other one will keep quiet, and then something else will happen and say, and it was fun. And it's interesting that by at 3, there wasn't a couple that were not holding hands. I think that we've been fortunate to have had the privilege of putting up this this play.
Yeah. Hey, but Uncle, you are current, Papa. All the things that happen on social media, you know.
Yes, not just that, but I'm also surrounded by very young people. And my style of directing is a very open one.
Okay.
And everyone can make a contribution. And so it encourages the cast to bring on board whatever. Once I get the structure of the play done, everything is open now for anyone to make their own contribution and make it their own. So
Right.
what you saw was the effect of how current my cast was.
Nice. You know, there were people behind me who were saying, Charlie Barnabas has set a standard. No.
Oh, yes. Yes, he had.
But this was really good. This was really good. Dubai or no sex.
Yeah, Dubai or no sex. And I'm happy you were able to make it. A number of the Super Morning team members were also able to make it, and I'm grateful to them. And to everyone listening to me this morning who made it to the National Theatre to watch Dubai or no sex, thank you. Now, I am struggling to finish the Peter story, the Easter reflections today, because I want to go on to certain things. So what I'm going to do is tell the story of Peter, but I'm going to jump a lot of details. Maybe next year we'll have the chance to work on those ones.
Right.
So Peter has just denied 3 times in one night that he knew Jesus. He rushed out of the residence of Caiaphas, a broken man. He wept and kept running until he had no strength left. He lost sense of time and did not know for how long he just walked the streets. But the tears would not stop. He had no idea where he was going. At this point, he did not care what happened to him. He felt that death would be a huge relief because then he would not have to face the other disciples. The other disciples. Just thinking of it broke his heart. The other disciples had just deserted. They had just deserted the master. They had just run away. He, Peter, on the other hand, had done much worse than that. He had denied the master, not once, but 3 times. Dawn was beginning to break. For the first time, Peter asked himself where he was. He was a stranger to Jerusalem and had walked around for hours, and now he was not sure where he was. Then he heard the sound of voices raised in a chant. The sound got closer and closer. He was alarmed. Was the mob coming for him? He quickly hid behind a tree. Then he saw Jesus being led away. He waited till the crowd had passed before emerging from his hideout. On impulse, he decided to follow to see where they were taking Jesus. People were waking up from their sleep and coming out of their houses to see what was going on. Many joined the crowd out of excitement and curiosity. Peter soon discovered that a crowd led by the chief priests and the leading members of the Sanhedrin was headed for the palace of the Roman governor, Pilate. The security at the palace seemed ready for the crowd. The leaders handed Jesus over to the soldiers, but refused to follow as the soldiers took Jesus inside the palace. Pilate appeared on his balcony. He made no effort to hide his irritation and contempt for the Jews. Yes, what now? Then he saw Jesus in the hands of the soldiers and asked the chief priests, "What charges are you bringing against this man?" Something about his tone annoyed the Jewish leaders, and so they retorted, "If you were not a criminal, we would not have handed him over to you." But Pilate was not in any mood to humor them, and so he snapped back. "Then take him yourselves and judge him by your own law." "But we have no right to execute anyone," the Jewish leader said. Then they realized that they were losing the interest of the governor. And so they said, "Look, we found this man misleading our nation and forbidding us to give tribute to Caesar, and saying that he himself is a king. He stirs up the people from Galilee even to this place." The governor signaled for Jesus to be brought into the palace and left the balcony apparently to interrogate Jesus. When he returned, he said, "You brought me this man as one who was misleading the people. And after examining him, I did not find this man guilty of any of the charges against him. Look, nothing deserving death has been done by him. I will therefore punish him and release him." Peter watched as Pilate gave the order for Jesus to be beaten. The soldiers took Jesus inside, and when they brought him back, he was a total mess. He was covered in blood, and the skin on his back was in shreds. They had a crown of thorns on his head, and it was causing bleeding from his head into his swollen face and eyes. Peter could hardly recognize him as the master who had healed the sick, raised the dead, and calmed the sea. When the governor presented the totally disfigured Jesus to the crowd, they reacted with revulsion. "Away with this man," they shouted. "What should I do with him?" the governor asked. Someone shouted, "Crucify him!" The crowd picked up the chant and started, "Crucify him, crucify him, crucify him." The governor tried to say something, but his voice was drowned by the chant from the crowd. He waved at the soldiers to take Jesus away and do as the people wanted. Peter had seen enough. He turned to leave and ran straight into John with Mary, the mother of Jesus. He broke down completely at the sight of the mother of his master. But Mary said, "Don't cry, Peter. This is how it was supposed to be." The three of them made their way as close to Jesus as they could. After seeing his master suffer that much, Peter was prepared for anything that could happen to him. He was going to protect Mary. If he failed her son, he was determined not to fail the mother. So it was that Peter watched as his master was crucified and died on the cross, and watched as the body was brought down from the cross and buried in the grave of Joseph of Arimathea. Then John said, "The master's friend, the man who gave us a place for the Passover, says we are welcome to stay in his house until we are ready to return to Galilee." That was on Friday. The following day was the Sabbath, and Peter kept to himself the whole day. Early the next morning, he heard persistent knocking at the door. His initial reaction was, "Are they coming for us?" And then he heard the voice of Mary Magdalene. He rushed to open the door. She said, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him." John took off running. Peter followed. They had to get to the tomb to see what was going on. Peter said to John, They have killed the master. What do they want with his body?" John got to the tomb first, stopped at the entrance, but Peter went inside. What he saw puzzled him. He knew something extraordinary had happened here, but he wasn't sure. He saw the strips of linen in their place and the cloth that had been wrapped around the body of Jesus lying separate from the linen and in its place. It was as if the body was still inside the linen and the cloths, but had become invisible. Then he heard the voice of John saying, "Glory to God, it has happened." Peter looked at John. He understood what John meant, but it alarmed him. If Jesus was risen, as he said he would, then how was he, Peter, going to face him? Would the master ever forgive him? Mary Magdalene insisted on staying by the tomb. John and Peter returned to the house. About an hour later, Mary Magdalene burst into the house singing and dancing. She said, "I've seen the Lord. He is risen. And he said, I should tell you, Peter, that he is going ahead of us to Galilee and that we should meet him there." "He mentioned my name?" Peter asked. "Yes," Mary said. "He mentioned you specifically." Peter felt hope for the first time, but he still did not know how he was going to face Jesus. He knew that Jesus may forgive him, but he will struggle to forgive himself for the rest of his life. And gorgeous, that's my presentation for this morning.
Uncle, thank you very much. So this is not coming back till like next year, right? So we're done.
Yes. There are some issues I want to address. So
okay.
I'd like to go on to some those issues.
Okay. Well, Uncle, thank you very much. But I'll be pushing for Dubai or no sex to show again before the next quarter.
Golder hanging up.
Uncle, please have a good day. Thank you so much for food for thought.
Yeah. All right.
All right, then. And that brings us to exactly 8 a.m. So let's bring you the Business Minute. It's brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow. The International Monetary Fund has expressed concern about how the government is going to address the revenue gap due to the suspension of some taxes in the 2024 budget, including the value-added tax on electricity. Interest rates continued downward trend for the 14th consecutive week in 2024. Cocoa Board is hopeful the announcement of an increase in the farm gate price of cocoa will avert smuggling and hoarding. Elsewhere in Brazil, a Supreme Court judge has opened an inquiry into Elon Musk after the multi-billionaire said he would reactivate accounts on the social media platform X, formerly Twitter, that the judge had ordered to be blocked. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
Morning Show.
Wake up. Good morning. Good morning.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
And it's 2 minutes after 8. Thanks to Daryl and the business team for bringing us the Business Minutes, which is always brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow. Let's talk about Waikari Capital. Waikari Capital is actually a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Waikari Capital, with experience in fund management and investment banking, has over the years helped its customers to thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals. And Waikari Capital invests funds in ways that creates a positive future for its customers, their families and businesses, and offers corporate finance and advisory as well. Waikari Capital, in these ways, Waikari Capital helps its customers to create the best life, and you too can also create your best life with Waikari Capital. Just speak to Waikari Capital today on 050 1577546 or 050 157 7547. Their office on the 4th floor, Golf House, opposite the Ghana Standards Authority, Accra. Visit their website, waikarecapital.com, and it's WAICARE capital.com. Get more information from their website, Waikari Capital, together towards tomorrow.
And Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sales of ultra-silent generators from 5 kVA to 2,500 kVA, and they undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generators. They also stock genuine spare parts of all kinds for various generators and also do generator rentals. Now, they have branches nationwide, and you can locate their latest branches in Amrahia. Frames Oil on the main Adenta Dodowa Road, East Legon, Lagos Avenue Road opposite Tomric Hotel, Tema General Hospital Road, Community 9, just after the overhead, and Kaswa off the Weja Kaswa Road near Simaf Cement Depot, and at Odoko, where they have their head office, number 77 Anointed House off the Odoko Malam Road. Call them on 0243 480334.
Thanks to EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, Provident Insurance. With Providence Money, you're covered. Mala 2 from NS Chemist for the effective treatment of malaria in both adults and children. we're able to bring the social media messages to you. You know, when the pain is too much to bear, please grab Rapinol. Rapinol, the rapid pain reliever.
But you know, every day many Ghanaians face different emergencies: police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would always want to remember. *770#. Yes, *770# is the new EcoBank money emergency number and gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more, even without data. So there's no need to panic when you find yourself in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
And you can now get your vehicle insured anywhere, anytime with Provident Insurance's Obaya on WhatsApp. Obaya works round the clock, so you don't have to worry about closing times. Buy, renew, and file claims for your vehicle, bebia. All you have to do is chat Obaya. And Obaya's number is 0242 426 396. Obaya will help you. It's quick, convenient, reliable, and saves you time, so you can do more in your day. Chat Obaya and get your vehicle insured now on Provident Insurance. So text your buyer, bebia, and remember, with Provident, man, you're covered.
There are some graduates who are paying £3,000 to the scholarship secretariat to get what they call the letter of consent. And you know what they do in the UK and other countries? They become janitors. They begin to serve in the old age homes after being sponsored with thousands of pounds of Ghanaian hard, cold cash. They become janitors.
We shortlist the aptitude test based on the median score. We invite those who are scaled through for interview. For the interviews, you are marked on these criteria. Your academic merit, depending on the grade that you go, we give you a mark. The motivation to pursue a particular course, your comprehension and general knowledge.
From next week, we'll be putting out the entire data so that Ghanaians will know who benefited. It's not everybody that we know. So people are beginning to come out, and I'm sure eventually we'll get a situation where people's names are there, but they never got the money or they never got to benefit from the scholarship.
It is simply wrong. And that is why I've argued that in all of this, we ought to be looking at a legislative framework that should regulate and define and establish how scholarships are awarded. And until we do that, and also extricate the scholarship secretariat from the direct control of the executive.
Government or the executive is not minded to take any action when indiscipline of this nature comes to the fore. I thought the president would have called his ministers or his, at least the public servants under his discipline and said, please, refund that money within 24 hours with interest or I fire you. Nothing.
A lot to bring you on this unfolding story. Still very much a developing story. And the Fourth Estate says that they will put out the, all that they have out there today so that people can see the people benefiting from these scholarships.
Maybe first of all, we've made this point and we've asked a simple question. I mean, I've had the head of the scholarship secretariat, make the point that, well, the Ghanaians, this is statistically insignificant. But hold on a minute. I am concerned about something. Now, in this country called Ghana, the people that we sent outside the country to go and study, what did we send them outside to go and study? And of what relevance are these courses to our nation's development? We can say all the things we want to say. But if you have two persons applying for the same program, and one gets $50,000 and the other gets $27,000, that's questionable. What is the justification? And if you have people going to study courses that can be studied in this country, you ask yourself, because look, and he talks about we're building a portfolio. Do you know how it takes to build a nation? My goodness. If you're building a nation, you actually invest in courses that are of relevance to the nation's development. Courses which you know that cannot be relevant and yet you don't offer in this country. Are you telling me that in order to study public administration, which is offered at the University of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology,
all the universities really,
we, the people of Ghana, paid over 600,000 Ghana cedis to get somebody to go and study. And you ask the next question. People, those whom we've given scholarships to. In fact, one of the things we should be doing, how many of these people return to this country? And what is their contribution to the development of this country? It's not just enough saying we have sent people to the, to go and study abroad and they've come back and that's the end of it. What did they come to do in this country? If you cannot answer these questions, then you're better off going according to the law by sponsoring people to study in this country, Ghana. Because we're just abusing the little resources that we have.
That 600,000 cedis can pay for all the about 150 or so medical students in first year at the University of Ghana Medical School, their school fees. If you are in charge of authoritative allocation of important points, scarce resources, where would you put the money?
I'll put them in those at the University of Ghana Medical School.
Those people, no matter what happens, no matter the kind of engagement that you have, they need it more, and you know it. I hope you get my point. Even that doctor who is now a beneficiary of a public administration course, deep within his heart, he will not use his personal money for that. You know that? If it was a company that he ran and the board was to make that decision, he will be worried about spending that amount of money on that particular pursuit. And it is 600,000 cedis, for Christ's sake. So when we say these things, for a country that's currently before the IMF, for a country that struggles and recently did a domestic debt exchange, that you ask people to contribute because we are in some dire situation, some of the decisions we make collectively offend the sensibilities of the people. And that's where we should understand some of these things, especially when it is not a fair process, when it is not even a just process. Then you make it look like it is at the core cronyism that you are using our scarce resources to promote. But what impact do we expect from the doctor with the public administration degree? Course elements that, in all fairness, if it's not certificate you are looking for today, there are free courses that you can take advantage of instead the same thing. Compared to that guy who actually got extra, how many times haven't they sent you those grades? Or Ace from, say, Bumpungu or from any other part of the country who is struggling to get into tertiary education in the Republic of Ghana because of 4,000, 3,000, sometimes even 2,500.
And Simon, somebody has sent me a message. He was going to study medical toxicology at the New York University. He expected to have been given a scholarship because and that's a sub-specialization.
Yes.
And we didn't have it in Ghana. So he actually was expecting, he had spoken to collaborators like, you go, when you come, we'll set up a medical toxicology unit here. Guess what? He had to rely on his own funds and benefactors. The state did not support him. The state of this country, the state of Ghana could not support somebody who is going to study in a program that will be of enormous benefit. Look at Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng.
Brilliant.
And the benefit his studies in cardiothoracic has brought to us. Cardiology and everything that he went to study.
Yes.
Look at how it has been of benefit not only to Ghana, but West Africa. Because others have come from other West African countries to come and learn from this country. It's not as if we sponsor him.
He is trained all over the place.
There's a lot to unpack. More stories that we'll hear. Chilling stories, really. Stories that will shock you. But most importantly, we're also looking at the solution. Right now, though, we have to bring you Insurance Today. Brought to you by Enterprise Insurance at 100. Celebrating our legacy. Securing your future.
Insurance Today is a public education service by Enterprise Insurance. Ensure you speak with your insurance broker or agent before making any insurance decisions.
Welcome. I'm Barbara Taylor. Do we really need motor insurance? What does the law in Ghana say? And why is motor insurance so important? Whether you're currently a car owner or not, come along with me on this drive. You might have wondered, why should motor insurance even be a necessity? Well, the answer is that motor or car insurance aims to secure everyone as much as possible from really frightening dangers on roads and highways. In Ghana, motor insurance is compulsory by law under the Motor Vehicles Act 1958. It demands that whoever uses a vehicle on any public road must have insurance to cover their liabilities to others arising out of the use of the vehicle. Motor insurance not only protects you and your vehicle, but also protects other motorists and their vehicles from any liability in case there is an accident. Secondly, motor insurance provides financial compensation to help cover injuries caused to other drivers or occupants and damage to their vehicles. Therefore, the right kind of motor insurance helps protect not only you, but your family members, friends, other drivers, and other passengers. Negligent and dangerous driving is a daily occurrence in Ghana that presents very real threats to life and property. Having motor insurance provides you some protection and peace of mind that you will be compensated for any insured loss that may arise in case of an accident. Email us at insurancetoday@myenterprisegroup.io or WhatsApp us at 0548 231149.
Enterprise, your advantage.
Morning Show. Wake up. Good morning. Good morning.
Government or the executive is not minded to take any action when indiscipline of this nature comes to the fore. I thought the president would have called his ministers or his, at least the public servants under his and said, please, refund that money within 24 hours with interest or I fire you. Nothing.
There are some graduates who are paying £3,000 to the scholarship secretariat to get what they call the letter of consent. And you know what they do in the UK and other countries? They become janitors. They begin to serve in the old age homes after being sponsored with thousands of pounds of Ghanaian hard, cold cash. They become janitors.
These developments are rather very disturbing when you think about the fact that, Daniel Domolovo did mention that. You remember last week, I think it was Friday, we're looking at the objectives as set out by the Scholarship Secretariat, and I was saying that they have, as I think, the second objective in there, apart from the fact that it goes to needy but brilliant students. The second objective makes way for them to sponsor people who want to go to school outside the country. But Daniel Domolovo draws our attention to the fact that the framework itself does not allow for that in terms of the disbursement, which goes back to the GET fund. So if they're doing that, then there is no legal backing to it.
Well, let's even say that you want to go and say the minister shall give whatever. But if you're doing that, what is that justification? My point is that if somebody goes to study outside the country, you should be able to convince me that the reason why the person cannot study in this country but must travel outside the country to go and study is the course not in Ghana. If the course is not in Ghana, fine. Then the person should go. But even if the person is going to, is this what we need in this country? Because look, you can go and study a lot of things which may not be of relevance to this country.
Let me give you an example. When we set up Akosombo, we took our engineers to Germany, right? Potential engineers, and they became the bedrock of our power institutions. Do you get what I'm trying? If you name them, all the finest engineers we had were the first set that we took out there to Germany to go and study. If you take money from this republic and use it for that, everybody will applaud you. Because at the time, we lacked specialists in the area. Remember our engagement with Oman also when it came to the oil and gas sector. We also needed skilled personnel there, so we took them out there to go and do the studies. Many people in the Republic of Ghana did not have problems with those kind of capacity building and improving your skills in specific areas. Go back to the 60s and early 70s. Some of the finest scientists we have in this country are the ones we sponsored out there to go and study. I agree, they made impact. They are the building rock of our science education and basically everything that we are proud of today. But if in 2024, you are still taking people out there and it's not for the purpose of coming to impact society in a very proper way, why? Let the people go and struggle for 7 scholarship. With all other people, there are thousands of scholarships out there. If they are competent and qualified, they'll get it. Government of Ghana said, these are my priority areas because others will not fund your priority areas. So I'm putting my money into this one. If any other person want to do public administration, I insist, there are thousands out there in various schools. Some of the schools in the UK, when you apply, they say scholarship available 20%, 10%, 50%, depending on what you can get. Why are they not competing for those ones? Why are they very best? Because it doesn't make sense. See, the students from Prusek, was it last year or so, who got all the A's and did National Science and Maths quiz. Didn't we share scholarships to them from Academic City to all the other places to them? Why is that girl on the list who's going to study medicine, who did not pass like the colleagues who passed and went to the same schools, supposed to be on that particular list? Let's be fair to ourselves. It's because you should compete with everybody if you're actually fairly chosen. Merely because you have or you know somebody in government should not be a criteria. And we know that. Or else some people will never get anything in this country. It's the reason why, see, we know when we start saying that, select the people who deserve the scholarships and give them his SHS so that you can sponsor them. That's why the same people came to say, hey, if you do that, it will be cronyism. People will select and give it to rich people, and it will not be poor people who will be the beneficiaries of it. As if we have agreed that we are so indecent that we cannot do anything right.
And you see, this is the worst part. That today, because, the UK at a point gave opportunities that your spouse can join you. We actually started selling them. So we say, bring 100,000. Bring 60,000. You pay half of the scholarship that you want. You don't have money. You're actually going to the scholarship secretariat.
Forced marriage, fake marriage.
You go and then you are advised to go and do fake marriage by the middleman who's leading all of this. So he says, go and do fake marriage.
You take money from the other person.
He takes money from you. So, for instance, I have admission to go and study abroad in the UK. Then I come and marry you, Mama V, and say, Mama, you pay, say, 40% of, say, the £5,000.
Because then this is arranged.
Yes, the £5,000 that I'm supposed to pay. When we get to the UK, so if the fees are, say, £40,000, I'm supposed to pay £5,000 in advance, which is supposed to be the bribe before I qualify. Then we go to the UK, so I can say, Mama, if you pay £2,000, I pay £3,000. We get to the UK, then guess what happens? You would then depart and go and do your own thing, and then I would also go to school. But even in some of these cases, in some of the universities like Brunel University, they've actually sent debt collectors to go and chase Ghanaian students to go and collect fees from them.
Really?
Why? Because the scholarship secretariat has not paid for their accommodation. The stipends have not been released. There are some of these students who have been having conversations with us. They tell us that their stipends were paid for just 2 months. 2 months. 2 months.
And that's what they're using for the accommodation.
And the rest hasn't been paid. And so they have debt collectors chasing them. And that today, some of these universities have actually blacklisted Ghana. What sort of a country is this? Wow. That even the thing that is supposed to, sponsor people to be educated, to come and help transform this country, we have introduced bribery and corruption in it.
What are we doing to ourselves? Really? And then you hear the administrator speak. And he's okay with it. We're okay with all these revelations.
Yeah, because he's not responsible to the people. Wow. If he was to be in a similar position elsewhere, that would have been his last day in office. In fact, as a matter of fact, this thing coming out was enough to say that, I'm sorry, I appear to have had defects in my performance in this role. I'm stepping aside for a thorough investigation to determine whether or not I did my job well, in accordance with the tenets that established my office. That is how people who are conscionable operate. But we know that because of where he sources his power, he feels we, the people, don't matter. Listen to us. We can explain to you. It's just a small portion. It's just something small. So as if it is not public resources you are dealing with here. As if it is somebody's private money that they desire to do with whatever they want to do, or how they see they deem fit. That mentality is what we should change in our people.
I agree with you.
Because if we don't take care, we'll remove this guy, put another person there with the same mentality, and the same thing will continue.
But it's the same thing that happened when Domelevo did his audit.
Brilliant.
Team did the audits then, and then we are here.
That is why that mentality, if it's not changed, will continue. Again, I also agreed with Professor Kwaku Asare. In all fairness, we should put these scholarships under the various universities. If Legon, after reviewing 10,000 applications, deems it fit that 2,000 people deserve scholarship, like he has the Student Financial Aid Office, he will give it to the right person.
Exactly.
Yes.
Listen, we're exploring the solutions already. There's one that's been thrown out there. Daniel Domelevo says, listen, some Ghanaians should head to court. We need the people who have taken double. Those who do not deserve but received, we need them to bring us the money back. That's really important. So listen, what do you say in terms of what you've heard where we are now? How do we move forward? 055-111-1997. That's our WhatsApp number. Kindly join us with your thoughts. Also post on X Joy997 with the hashtag JoySMS. You can also post on Facebook. Big stories brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest film, Your Partner for Life, and Equity Health Insurance, here for you.
And dreaming of the perfect sofa to upgrade this year? Your dream sofa is now a reality at Latest Foam, introducing a sensational V sofa range where comfort meets style at prices that will make your heart skip a beat. Hop into any Latest Foam showroom nationwide to dive into a world of colors and choices, from the sleek L-shaped V sofa at just $3,100 to the complete V sofa set for an unbeatable $6,500. You have the opportunity to elevate your living space with Latest Foam, your forever partner in comfort and luxury. Hurry, your perfect sofa awaits. Latest Foam, your partner for life.
Now you're about to have the world at your fingertips because the wait is finally over. Mama, you know what I'm talking about, man. Telcel is here. Now you have everything you want and need. Quick and reliable communication, stress-free money transactions via Telecel Cash. Transforming your big business ideas into success stories with Telcel Business and more, and connect with Telcel and enjoy a world of endless possibilities, because with Telcel there's no limit, absolutely no limit to connections. Telcel, connecting energies.
When we return, your messages on 055-111-1997 on these scholarships. We'll share them with the rest of the world, so keep the messages coming. Also post on XJoy997 with the hashtag JoySMS, and on Facebook as well. We have some birthday messages. I think we can drop the birthdays right now. What do you guys say?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
All right. Okay. So let's hit it. Happy birthday to my lovely wife, Esther Sapoma Apia of NCCE Etiwa West. May God continue to bless her in all her endeavors, age gracefully with peace, joy, success, and above all, love from your husband, Emmanuel Asante Simpe, and the entire family. Here's one to a sweet lady in the UK, Genevieve Gadoglo, aka Jen Gad, a professional nurse in the UK, from your beautiful daughter, Elsie Agbanyefia, your lovely good friends, Millicent in Spain, and Grace with love.
Now, this one from Celine says, shout outs to Cassandra Penting, Director of Business Development at the Storytellers Company, and the team at Herbalife, led by Clarence Zamenya, who's Country Director at Herbalife Ghana Limited, and Divina Kokui. And, you know, she met some awesome ladies and gentlemen under the most unfortunate circumstances over the weekend, and they love the Super Morning Show. So, good morning to all of you, and thanks for choosing us.
Let me say good morning to Clarence Zamenya.
Osawara.
Oh.
Ashasi.
Clarence's family.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
now I guess you have to distinguish. Hey, oh, bro.
Oh, yes, okay.
Hey, right. Now, today is the birthday of Isaiah Jikodi. I hope I got it right. Yes. It's not. We used to say Jikodi means yeah.
But that's what is that what you're saying?
Azikodi. I think that's it.
Okay.
We call him Prophet Isaiah. Prophet Isaiah is a lawyer.
There's Jikodi. That's like pass.
Yeah.
When you go to the university, don't come back to the university again.
Today is his birthday, and it's also the birthday of Nikki Anyane Boadum, and also the birthday of Gloria Chirme. Gloria Chirme used to be with the Finder. And yes, Benedict Rama Techitu. Today is her birthday.
All right, this one says happy birthday to the real Ga Yobi, daughter of the land, as you celebrate a milestone in your life. May the heavens be opened over your life and ministry. Antina Koshi, Administrative Head, Prophetic Hill Church, brought in this one. And today is my birthday. I want to... Okay, so Gilbert Boating Ejari in Damfa.
Okay.
As an ardent listener, today is his birthday. Gilbert, have a
happy birthday, Gilbert.
Birthday.
Now, let me just share this message. You'd like it. It says, from somebody in government, but I'm not going to mention him. It says, I'm happy you guys are discussing government scholarships. Sending students abroad is done in many countries. The Asians, like China, have done it in a much strategic way, in line with their long-term strategic development objectives. They targeted scholarships for studies abroad at engineering, IT, material sciences, and the like, which fill specific skill gaps in their country.
Brilliant.
After the training, listen to this, though, the government paid the students for them to work for at least 5 years to gain industrial experience. Of course, working in the host country was specifically aimed at industrial espionage, stealing technologies, and trade secrets. Now, all can tell the outcome of the strategic application of government scholarships by China.
That's true.
This is exactly what Kwame Nkrumah did with government scholarships to a large extent.
Yeah.
We need to make government scholarships bring real transformational results in the development of this country.
I agree. 1,500%. In fact, if I had donated cement to the National Cathedral, I'd have gone for it and brought it straight to this particular man. I endorse it with all the cement.
I agree with him. But talking about birthdays, we'll come back to this. It's my friend's birthday, Joshua Jabba.
Okay.
But his nickname is Ras Meow. The guy is Joshua Jabba, but his nickname is Ras Meow. So I know he's listening. Ras Meow. You know, it was my mate at the University of Cape Coast, Varco Hall, to be precise. Ras Meow. He's actually saying thank you, bro. Meow.
All right,
Ras Meow.
30 minutes after 8 here on the Super Morning Show. There's crazy traffic in town because of the rain. Some places are flooded. And I know that, oh gosh, can you imagine leaving home like 6 a.m. and it's 8:31 and you're still really nowhere because of the rains and the traffic. Apologies to all of you who are still in traffic.
Yeah, I hope
feel
your
your
bosses
pain.
will understand.
My husband is stuck in traffic.
Close to home.
Good morning. Good morning.
Keep the frequency clear.
99.7.
Ladies and gentlemen, Telecel is here! Telecel, connecting energies.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Fair driver, are you sending the sales?
Boss, medicana kopim.
Hey, what the car to me so?
Boss, you no renew the insurance.
Tell it, I didn't have time. Oh, I had to go to the farm.
You can insure on the farm.
And I had to go to the market too.
You could have insured in the market.
I had to cook supper for my wife. Abba.
Boss, you could have insured in the market.
But how?
By texting or buyer on 0242 426 396 to help insure with Provident Insurance on WhatsApp from anywhere.
Annie,
babia. With Obaya, now you can insure your car anywhere, anytime. On WhatsApp, text Obaya on 0242 426 396 today. With Provident.
Man, you are covered.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Oh, is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from there.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Oh, how?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomric Hotel.
And that's why Nana is calling us. Okay. Yes.
If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534
or call 0243 480 334. They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after sales service. Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go. Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything? Anointed, the generator experts.
Waikari Capital. We are a multinational fund management company regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Our aim is to help our customers thrive by enabling them to achieve their lifetime financial goals while investing their funds in ways that create a positive future for them, their families, and their businesses. In this way, we help them to create the best life. Speak to us today. Call us on 050-157-7546 or 050-157-7547. Visit www.waikaricapital.com. Waikari Capital. Together towards tomorrow.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Every day we party.
It's
looks
not
like
my
lie.
fault. Yes,
Yes.
thank
No,
you.
he's gone back
Thank you,
to
thank you.
when
thank
he
you,
started
counsel.
10 years ago.
Thank you, counsel. Yes, yes.
Yeah. It was not clear.
You know, sometimes fashion comes back into vogue. All right, it's 8:41 on the Super Morning Show. I've got lots to do, lots and lots to do. Today we are very focused, laser focused on this issue of the Scholarship Secretariat. I mean, so many questions are being raised. And to be perfectly honest, at this point, Ghanaians just need someone responsible to answer these questions. Well, we do certainly have those who will raise the questions. Suleiman Abrahima is the Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. And of course, we all know that the Fourth Estate is the organization that first put together a report on this matter. We also have Alhaji Suleimana Isifu. Now, Suleimana is a research fellow at the Hans Rothenberg Institute, University of Hohenheim. I hope I've said that right. Hohenheim in Germany. But Suleimana, feel free to correct me, I beg you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning to the other Suleimana, Mr. Brima. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Kojo. Thank you for having me. So, Kojo, the name is Hohenheim.
Hohenheim. I was in the general vicinity, I insist. Hohenheim. Thank you for that. Hohenheim, Germany. All right. Now, of course, we're going to be engaging both of them in just a moment, but not before I remind you of where we are on this situation. So, obviously, after the hue and cry kicked off on Thursday last week, we got a response from the registrar of the Scholarship Secretariat. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I'm not sure about the analysis. Not sure about it at all, because it never came up in our discussion. So I don't know where they pick these data points from. In the first place, who do they even identify as political connectors of our party? So it's a data that they have put out there. We need to interrogate the data. Unfortunately, when they met me, they didn't approach me with this data. If they think they had a strong data analysis, by way of the analysis, and this is purely academic exercise, data needs to be interrogated. I'm a data person. Okay. So they should have brought this thing up.
So we are also learning also that the founder and chief executive of a private hospital in Accra, who recently contested and lost in the NPP parliamentary primaries in the Ashanti region, received as high as $50,000 plus US dollars. I mean, the specific figure is $50,031 for his master's public administration at Harvard University in the United States.
Is he a Ghanaian?
Yeah, Ghanaian.
Oh, okay. Then,
which is huge. How do you respond to that? This person contested.
And you think skill set is cheap? Skill set. Hey, where are we heading to?
So does that not confirm the fact? Okay.
I'm coming. And you mentioned a university.
Yes, Harvard University in the United States.
So what are we talking about? That's why I said, if you pick these outliners, we are building a portfolio. They had a data set that they have slept with it for over 3 years. And this is the kind of analysis.
So
I'm coming at, this is out of how many? Is it statistically significant? It's not.
Apart from this man, we are also learning that an MPP constituency executive.
Don't worry, don't get it.
Let me just land on this. Was awarded multiple scholarship for master's program, totaling about 57,210 pounds sterling.
So what do they mean by multiple scholarships? They have to define their variables.
Because
I had this discussion with them, and I explained to them we are running academic years. So if somebody had, let's say, a scholarship in 2019, 2020, and had a consecutive one of 2020 and 2021 to complete a skill development program, is that multiple? So we need to understand what they meant by multiple scholarship. Other than that, I'm unable to speak to it. Because they asked about
aid to the second lady.
I don't know.
We are told that she also received as much as 17,355 pounds sterling.
So these outliers that we have picked, significance. You can only throw out political mischief because we don't ask for your party card in our assessment of scholarship. How about maybe the other side who have also benefited from scholarship, if any? But you choose and pick this few out of a huge data that was given to you. For me, I think the object may not be too appropriate.
So with all these people, I mean, we are also learning that Akufo-Addo's close family member also received some amount. You still maintain that you are not doling out this benefits to your party people?
Oh, the most fundamental criteria is that you should be a Ghanaian and have had admission into an accredited institution. Okay, I don't want to get into what I call statistically insignificant variables or outcomes. It defeats the whole purpose. It stresses us if you want to do the binary kind of analysis. I've mentioned to you, I've suggested to you that we need a more multi-level approach than this basic oversimplified pockets of...
You think the fact that MPs, people close to the president, ministers, affluent people getting multiple, scholarships being given to them is insignificant, is something we shouldn't talk about?
No, we have to. That's why we are talking about it. But I think that should not drive our forward movement agenda, because we have people coming from all sorts of social backgrounds.
Super Morning Show.
Right, so yeah, that's the explanation given by Kingsley Ajiman, who happens to be the registrar at the Scholarship Secretariat. Now on Saturday, Newsfile went big on this topic, hosted by Samson Ladi and Yenini. We heard from several people, including one of our guests, Suleiman Isifu. But I want to bring back what Daniel Domolevu said. Now, bear in mind, Daniel Domolevu, when he was Auditor General of the Republic of Ghana, looked into Get Fund and the scholarships that are granted from there, and raised a lot of the issues that are now coming up in relation to Scholarship Secretariat. So he has form, and he certainly had some insights. Listen to him.
Let me be honest with you, Samson. If we have a society in which the highest paid class can classify themselves as the needy, then we are in trouble. And someone I heard on one forum was talking about the salary of the minister, that the minister's salary makes him needy. So let's grant it. A minister takes home about 25,000 and he is needy. Do you know that some of the teachers and the public servants, they don't even take home 5,000?
3,000. 2,000.
Say again.
2,000.
Okay.
3,000.
Thank you. So if you are taking between 25 to 30,000 a month and you are needy, and so it is you who is supposed to benefit from this fund, then I find it unfortunate. But like the point you raised, the law actually limited the scope or the geographical space in which you can apply scholarship. It says to fund second cycle and tertiary education in Ghana.
Correct.
The law is very clear about that. And people are doing courses in Britain, in US, etc. Even the new report that I've seen, some of them have benefited twice. Some 2 times in a year, some after 1 year, the next year they get it again. And I'm like, it's not a surprise. Why would it be a surprise? Because the government or the executive is not minded to take any action when indiscipline of this nature comes to the fore. I thought the president would have called his ministers or his at least the public servants under his and said, please refund that money within 24 hours with interest, or I fire you. Nothing. So why do you think people will not move in and continue abusing? So that is where we are. I maintain my position.
Coming to know that despite the findings in the audit we are referencing now, and all the breaches that occurred, and the wastage and the cost to the state at the time, where you could see that because of political pressure, they even had to spend more than they had, their budget. They spent 300% more than they had.
Yes.
And still this is going on. In the interim, what do you think ought to be done? Solutions. What should we do?
Solutions, we have to get some minded Ghanaians to challenge this behavior in court, at least to injunct the Secretariat from misapplying the public funds. One, I don't know the total money which the Secretariat got during this period were all from Gate Fund. But if portion of the Gate Fund went into this, then I think there is illegality, and we may have to challenge and stop them. And if possible, we should seek a way of recovering this money from the beneficiaries or punishing whoever is creating this opportunity. I think this finding of the fourth estate should not be let go just like the audit.
When you talk about recoveries, are you thinking about perhaps a special investigative committee going into this, or you are simply looking at the resort to surcharges and disallowances when it comes to the auditing process?
First and foremost, if I was in charge of the auditing process, I was going to disallow and surcharge. That one, there's no two ways about that. I was going to do that. But now that I don't have that powers and the Auditor General is independent, I cannot push him and we cannot push him. I think, and this is a legal advice I need, I think if it is possible, we should get a team to go to court against these guys and say, refund the money to the consolidated fund or back into the gate fund or to the scholarship fund, because you are not one of the intended beneficiaries. I don't know if it is an action we can take. If it is possible, then I call upon well-meaning Ghanaians, let's come together and see what we can do to recover these monies.
Will you be ready to be one of the plaintiffs in such a suit?
I would like to. I'll be happy to be the first plaintiff. Something.
Super Morning Show.
Okay, listen, let's dive straight in. And the Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa, Suleimana Brima, and a research fellow from the Hans Rothenberg Institute at the University of Hohenheim in Germany, Suleimana Isifu, are our guests. So listen, I want to start with you, Suleimana Brima, and I want to make a reference to the explanation given by the registrar. He says, they're all Ghanaians. What's the big deal? What do you say to that?
Well, Kojo, thank you very much. I think I would start by asking you to get your people to go on the website of the Scholarship Secretariat and read what the mission statement of the Scholarship Secretariat says, and find out whether the mission says that it's there to provide resources to all Ghanaians or any Ghanaian who basically gets admission and then applies. Because I believe that all those who applied and couldn't get support are also Ghanaians. So by his argument, are we then saying that every Ghanaian would have gotten it? It is because it is known that it's absolutely impossible to support every Ghanaian who applies for the scholarship. That is why in their own mission, it is stated that the mission of the Scholarship Secretariat is to provide support to Ghanaians who are brilliant, but not only brilliant, but needy. And so for me, the fundamental criteria in assessing who should get a scholarship is this person, by all standards, a brilliant person? Is it established that this person is needy? If so, why not? So, for example, if you have somebody from the University of Cape Coast who makes, and Kojo, I mean, we've all been to the universities before. First of all, we know how how difficult it is to come out with first class. But you have somebody who just not just first class, but had a CGPA, a grade point of 3.97 out of 4. 3.97 out of a possible 4. This person applies for scholarship, is denied. And then it takes a foreign university that recognizes the credence and academic prowess of this person to say, look, hey, with this, we think that you have the talent, come for the scholarship, and so on. Meanwhile, and this person was looking for just some, what we would often say, a paltry amount of money. It doesn't happen. Now we are talking about somebody like Freddie Blaze's daughter. You know, somebody whose father, as at the time, was the chairman of the National New Patriotic Party, chairman of the Ghana National Petroleum Commission Board, somebody who had, said he was going to procure 275 buses, 1 bus per constituency, and he had that capacity to do that. Somebody whose mother is our ambassador to Germany, and then you say, oh, she's a Ghanaian and therefore is qualified. When your own mission says that you are looking for persons who are brilliant, not just brilliant, but also needy, and all the people that you were talking about. So quite clearly, it's a political abuse of the process. But you see, I am not surprised with his reactions. He's basically trivializing the whole thing, because that is the environment that we are in now. People can just do anything with impunity because there's nobody who will take them on. This is an office under a secretariat under the office of the president. And so for me, it's not surprising, because under the presidency, anything goes. At worst, if anything at all, the president will come and clear you. That is what we are in. And the registrar of the secretariat knows this very well. So it is not surprising that after it being revealed that what has happened has been a complete political abuse, issues of chronism is what has happened. He basically says, oh, why are they not Ghanaian? And laughs over it and says, oh, why? What has happened? I mean, this peripheral thing that they have done. Because he knows that in any case, nothing will happen because he's working under the office of the president. So, Kojo, for me, it's not surprising. But like I said, you go on the website of the Scholarship Secretariat and read their mission and contrast that with what he says, whether he is going by the mission of the Scholarship Secretariat. You know, and as others have said, the law is very clear. I believe that the Scholarship Secretariat gets the bulk of their funding from Get Fund. And the Get Fund Act makes it clear that you cannot use money from Get Fund to sponsor people to go and study outside. And yet, that is what has been happening. You talked about the double scholarships, and then he says, oh, you know, schools are run by academic year, so if he gets it 2020, 2021, or 2019, 2020 to complete the process, that is absolutely not what we are talking about. We are talking about a situation where somebody gets, you know, thousands of US dollars to complete a master's program in the US this year, and next year, the person gets another thousands of dollars to complete another master's program in the UK. It cannot be that Harvard and University of London or Harvard and Oxford, you know, are two schools running the same courses. So you start at Harvard and you come and finish at Oxford. It doesn't happen like that. And we are talking about a situation where you give a scholarship for master's program in the US this year, and the following year, the same person gets another scholarship for another program. When others are here and they are looking for 4,000 CDs, 3,000 CDs, 2,000 CDs, and they are being denied, even though they have the academic credentials, they are denied. And yet, others are getting 300,000, 400,000 CDs equivalent to pursue the same programs outside. Sometimes one person's scholarship is enough to fund about 60 students to pursue the same course here in Ghana. You give somebody, you know, funding for an MA program that can be done here in Ghana at a cost that the money that the individual is taking to do it in the UK or US can support about 60 students to do it here in Ghana. That is what we are talking about.
Yeah.
And yet he sees nothing wrong with it, because that is the system that we are in. People can just do anything, trivialize it. At worst, in the worst case scenario, the president will basically come and clear them. Since they started, we've not heard anything from the presidency. And again, it's not surprising, because that's a normal that we are in.
Yeah. I just found the mission statement of the Scholarship Secretariat on their website, scholarships.gov.gh. It says, our mission is to utilize government funds, Get Fund, and donor support for the provision of scholarships to brilliant but needy students and qualified workers at a minimum access cost for human resource development for the purpose of national growth and development. I want to bring in Suleimana Isifu. And I mean, Suleimana, every interaction with you, based on your extensive travel through Europe and your continued interaction with students who are either beneficiaries or supposed to be beneficiaries of this scholarship scheme, reveals that what we have discussed so far is merely the tip of the iceberg. What more is there? Mr. Isifu.
Yes, thank you, Kojo, and to your good morning to your panelists and to my brother Suleimana. I think today you are hosting the Sulemanes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So yes, and congratulations to the Fourth Estate for bringing this to the fore, because I have personally known very dirty and shady things about the Scholarship Secretariat, and I've been following it up. I wrote an article on it. I think earlier this year I saw Manas Azure mobilizing resources to assist one needy student, and that triggered me to write an article where I recounted some of the experiences I've had with people who have interfaced with the Scholarship Secretariat and the kinds of things that they told me. And yes, you are right, Kojo. With my travel experiences in Europe, and also very soon I would be going to the US as a visiting scholar, and I will still meet many Ghanaian students there, and they will tell me more stories about the Scholarship Secretariat. And in fact, post news file, I have received dozens of messages from people around the world who are telling me very harrowing things, and even telling me that what you said is just a scratch on the surface. It's also a scratch on the surface again. So the problem is quite enormous. And as I mentioned on Newsfile, and let's not kid ourselves, the folks at the Scholarship Secretariat are not stupid. Look, the Scholarship Secretariat is headed by a person who is an academic. He's a PhD holder, right? So the solutions that we proffer are things that are not new to him. He knows the best way to run the Scholarship Secretariat. He knows how to make value out of the meager resources that the state has, and have decided to apportion some to his office. He knows all of this. But if he decides to do the right thing, or if the Scholarship Secretariat decides to do the right thing, many people who are there today who have built mansions as a result of merely distributing scholarships will not be able to build those mansions. So it is deliberate. Let's mismanage it so that we can use it for our ends, or to achieve our own ends. Yes, for some of the harrowing things, if I tell you some of them, you will be shocked. So I mentioned the story of people, for example, who were put on the Scholarship Secretariat's list of recipients. And they normally designate them as distressed students, quote and unquote, distressed students. And these distressed students, they are just spooks. They are ghosts. They don't exist. Some of them don't exist. And even with those who exist, when I say they don't exist, it means that either the person is not a student, and I've seen somebody who is not a student and has received funds from the Scholarship Secretariat, funds up to 10,000 euros. I know someone personally who is not a student who received this amount of money from the Scholarship Secretariat.
Wait,
and
so
I'm challenging the Scholarship
to clarify,
yes.
These are people who are not students, they are not studying under any scholarship, but the Scholarship Secretariat, according to you, has created a group called Distressed Students, and they give this group money to help with their distress.
So there are two, right? There are two groups here. There are some who are students and have been designated as distressed students, and there are some who are not students but still have been brought under the category of distressed students.
Right.
And I know one person at least who was not a student but received about 10,000 euros from the Scholarship Secretariat. And I'm challenging the Secretariat. If they want to bring it on, I'm willing to face them on this matter. So there are, I know one person at least. So, I mean, when bringing this matter up, if, for example, there's a forensic audit, then we'll be able to trace all the monies. So, for example, if the Scholarship Secretariat will challenge me and we come before a properly constituted state institution, I will mention the name of the person and we'll go into the records of the Scholarship Secretariat, fish out the name of the person, and then the Scholarship Secretariat will tell us which university that person is. Right? So there's a category under the, how do I call it, the so-called distressed students who are not students at all. That is number one.
Okay.
And there are those who are students and
forgive me, it's important for me to state at this point, we haven't had the opportunity to independently verify this. By we, I mean Joy News. Joy hasn't had the opportunity to independently verify that particular claim that you just made. But please go on.
All right. Yeah, so Kojo, thank you for the disclaimer. So, and there's a group who are also called distressed students, and what happens is that they give them the money, but they go behind the scenes and take back the money and give them a percentage, right? And there's a story of a student here in Germany who decided, so when they told him the deal, when they discussed the deal with him, he said, I'm not going to take the deal. So he rejected it. So we have stories of students who rejected it. And there are stories of those who accepted it in other countries where the monies were, so there's one person, for example, who withdrew money at a goal, chunk money about, so he was given 10,000 euros and he was supposed to pay back 8,000 and keep the 2,000. So he went to withdraw about 8,000 at a go. And because of this, the bank and the name of the bank, I would put it out maybe one day. So that, because this is in another country other than Germany. And the person withdrew the money and gave the intermediary of the scholarship secretariat this money. And because of this, it triggered internal, alerts within the bank. And his bank account was closed down. They wrote him a letter and closed down his bank account because there was suspicion of money laundering. So this is not something that, I mean, we are just saying or cooking them up. And the scholarship secretariat is fully aware of what I'm saying. They give monies to some students and they pass behind the doors and take the monies back. Kojo,
yeah, go ahead.
Listen, these people are telling us that they've offered scholarships to thousands and thousands of students and that the numbers that have been put out by Fourth Estate is insignificant. The question is, the number of students they've sponsored abroad, how many of them have they been able to redeem? So, for example, you have on the list and you want to use that list to, to dwindle or to make the figures that have been put out by Fourth Estate insignificant. But then the population that you have as recipient of scholarships, how many of them have you redeemed abroad? As I speak now, there are many students abroad who have, in fact, let me mention Hungary, for example. There are many students who are on the verge of being thrown out of their accommodations. I met students when I was a visiting scholar in the UK, in Scotland. I met students who were literally thrown out of their accommodations because they could not afford it. And you know, in the UK, you are allowed to work for just 20 hours. So they could not even work to pay for, to pay for the accommodation. And some of them were logged out of university services like access to library, access to the lecture hall. So the university, they have, they have a graduated system of retrieving their money. So if you don't pay at a particular time, they will log you out of a particular service. Now, if by time passes and you still don't pay, then they will increase or they will graduate the restriction. Then as time goes by, they will completely restrict you from, for example, entering the lecture halls, because in the UK, you have to swipe to enter the lecture hall. So if you don't pay by a particular time, then you are completely logged out. And then they will go ahead to write you a letter that if you don't pay by a particular time, they are reporting you to the state office. And if they report you to the state office, you will be arrested or you will be deported. So look at the kind of harrowing situations that Ghanaians go through in these countries. And then you come and tell me that you've awarded 3,000 scholarships. When you know very well, in the Scholarship Secretariat, you know this very well, that there are many students that you have not redeemed their scholarships, and because of that, they are going through very troubling situations. And to make it even worse, there are students who also pay to get what they call to get what they call offer letters from the Scholarship Secretariat.
They pay who?
They pay bribes to the, let me be very categorical, they pay bribes to the Scholarship Secretariat to get offer letters, and I've received floods of messages regarding this matter. And in fact, so there are two groups here. There are people who wrote to me to tell me, and there are people that I met personally who told me they paid monies to the Scholarship Secretariat in order to get the letters from the Scholarship Secretariat. They paid monies to individuals. I mean, I cannot mention the names because, I mean, these people will come after you with a suit just to shut you up. So I'll not mention names, but they pay monies to officials at the Scholarship Secretariat to get what they call the offer letters. And the offer letters, they use it as just a bargaining chip to get visa. So the Scholarship Secretariat is not only involved in misappropriation of scholarships, they are also involved in visa racketeering. And they know very well. That is the reason why, don't be surprised when you see that people are being sponsored to go and do very funny courses. Don't be surprised. Some of them are just on the list, just to give those people the cover of the state, political cover of the state. And then, but in real terms, these people are not going to receive any monies from the Scholarship Secretariat because these people have paid bribes to get their offer letters, and then the offer letters are then taken to the embassies and then they are given visas. And because of this, the scholarship secretariat is being blacked out by many institutions across the world.
I was going to ask you that. How are the institutions reacting?
Yes. So, for example, in Belgium, for example, I have a friend who told me after I appeared on Newsfire, he called me and told me that he's a living example, that he got an offer from the scholarship secretariat, but universities in Belgium refused to accept it. So my point is that why do you degrade a state institution? Because we are members of a state to get protection from the state. So if your institutions begin to damage the country in this manner, bring international embarrassment and international damage to the reputation of your country, your state institutions will become worthless and you cannot use them for anything. So the scholarship secretariat, aside all the problems, they are also causing irreparable damage to the reputation of Ghana. And this must be a source of concern and a source of worry to any Ghanaian. And it is very sad and so annoying to hear the secretariat boss trying to trivialize the matters that have been raised by Fourth Estate and by your media, right? The matters are so grave that if we don't take care, a time will come that even when the scholarship secretariat genuinely want to train people outside, the letters from the scholarship secretariat will not be valued. It will not be recognized. And then what are we going to do as Ghanaians, right? So, and Kojo, there's an aspect too. There's an aspect of students who go to abroad and they are sponsored by states. I can mention some of the courses. Some people are sponsored to do MSc Marketing, MSc Accounting, MSc Public Administration, MSc Law, MSc Procurement. Man, are you telling me these courses? GIMPA is doing chunks of these courses. But because, as I mentioned, the aim is visa racketeering, and they took advantage of the UK's open border policy to allow families to come in. They took advantage of that and just went in and sent in many people. And when these people complete, look, the foreign government is even holding the scholarship secretariat more accountable than Ghanaians. Why? Because when you complete, for example, in the UK, they will tell you that on record, you were sponsored by your government to come here, so we will not allow you to stay here. And if you want to stay here, you must bring a letter from your government proving that you've been relieved and that your obligation to your state is no longer needed. And so you can stay anywhere in the world and pursue your personal ambitions. And these letters, we call them the letters of consent. People are paying 3,000, 5,000 pounds to get these letters of consent. And when they get the letter of consent, now they are given what they call a graduate visa or job-seeking visa. And when they get these visas, they stay in the UK, and some of them, as I mentioned, become janitors, cleaners, caregivers, and a host of menial jobs. And because the scholarship secretary from the outset knew that these people, we are just pushing them in, there's no critical need for them, they will just give the consent letter as confettis and get monies back into their pockets. Because they know that, for example, do you think that if they had sponsored a heart surgeon to go, do you think they will give him the letter of consent? No, because they know the heart surgeon is needed in Ghana. But because they don't want to sponsor these critical human resource needs, they don't want to fill in these gaps, they will give, how do I call it, sponsorship to courses that are not needed, so that if they have to give you the letters of consent, it will not be difficult for them. Because, for example, as I mentioned, if you sent me out as an ecologist and you trained me to become an ecologist myself, you trained me to become an ecologist, and you know very well that in Ghana, we don't have enough ecologists. Do you think they would have easily given me a letter of consent and say, stay abroad and pursue your career? No. So they know the reason why they're doing this. So let us not kid ourselves that they are oblivious to the fact that, for example, there must be a law to regulate the activities. Why is Kingsley telling us today that we need a law? He has been in office for 7 years. If he's serious about what he's saying, why is he's just filibustering and gaslighting the situation? Why is he telling us today that we need a law? He has been in office for 7 years and he knows the challenges that are in the scholarship secretariat. He knows the loopholes. And I say, Kojo, I say that no amount of law can cure a greedy mind. If you want to bring all the laws in the world, a greedy mind will find his way around the law. And that is why even when the Get Fund law just gives a small window for sponsoring courses abroad, they use that as the main door to brain drain Ghana, because they're just pushing out the people out of Ghana, right? So no amount of law can cure the greedy mind. You need people with conscience, people who know that scholarships are for three major things. One, to fill in critical human resource gaps. Number two, to provide safety net for the poor. Number three, for political reasons. So for political reasons, you realize that there are countries around the world who are giving scholarships to foreign students. So you'll be there, Russia will say, we are giving scholarships to foreign students from Ghana. Hungary will say, India will say, Malaysia will say. And these people, they are doing that to repair, to prop themselves up internationally. But Ghana, we've not gotten to that stage where we have enough resources to think about even sponsoring outsiders to come in just to get international applause. No, we've not reached that stage. We are still at the first two. That is filling critical human resource gaps, and number two, providing safety nets for the poor. Right. But then the Scholarship Secretariat has deliberately decided to mismanage the Secretariat purposely in order to achieve their personal, parochial, selfish interest. And they know what I'm talking about.
Suleiman, hold that thought. We're going to take some messages from our partners. You had the final point? Yeah, go ahead.
Lastly, I always say that the days when God used to crack the earth open and push people in, I'm sure most people who serve in the state, and when matters come up, they come to filibuster, they come to lie, they come to obfuscate the issues. God will have cracked the earth open and pushed them in because they know they are lying. They know the truth. They know what we are saying is the truth, but they will deny it.
All right. We're going to take a few messages from our partners. When we come back, Suleimana, the two Sulemanas, Brahma and Isifu, are going to help us figure out the way forward. If the solution does not lie solely in the law, as Daniel Domelevu suggested, take them to court. If the solution doesn't lie there, if we have to just pray for people with conscience to take up these positions, can we really entrust the future of our human resource development to luck? We'll explore when we come back from these messages.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Happy Monday and welcome to Vital Signs by Sonotech Medical Center. My name is Dr. Grace Bachman. Today we continue our discussion on autism spectrum disorders. Like we have discussed, autism is not one disease and can vary in its presentation, hence a spectrum. There are many people with subtle signs walking about and relate so well that it becomes difficult to tell they are on the spectrum. Many important people in history who have contributed remarkably to the sciences and arts are thought to have been on the autism spectrum. So next time your pediatrician tells you your child has autism, it is not a death sentence. There are several interventions that can help improve their quality of life and make them fit well in society. If you notice any unusual changes in your child's behavior and social interactions, you can reach out to Sonotech Medical Center on 0242 439
Are you a corporate organization, e-commerce business, individual or student looking for a trusted courier company where you can track your package and receive SMS alerts to keep you posted? At IAS FedEx, we move your documents and parcels with care to the destination of your choice. With offices across the nation, we happily deliver your package to your office or the comfort of your home. With the assurance of safety and affordability giving you peace of mind, IAS FedEx has your package in good hands. Call us on +233 501 605,000 or +233 501 631,000. IAS, licensee of FedEx.
Looking for a home in a safe, secure, and luxurious environment? Alphabet City has just what you need. Join our gated community in the lively precincts of Sakumono for a carefully crafted home that provides you with peace of mind and a safe space for your children. Alphabet City boasts of leisure and recreational facilities to ensure your mental and physical well-being. A good road network, 24-hour surveillance systems and security, water and electricity, serving as a safe haven. Let's meet your needs. Book a tour today. Find out more on www.wadely.org or call 0240 111 119 or 0504 499 999 to make the right investment in a home. Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home.
There is time for everything, including exclusive breastfeeding by mothers, which starts within the first 30 minutes baby is born till the time the child is 6 months old. Grandma,
Grandpa,
husbands.
Let's all come on board Good Life and insist that our child takes only breast milk for the first 6 months. No food, no water, no gripe water.
Breast milk has all the nutrients the child needs to grow strong and healthy. So I ask, how is your good life?
Remember that exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months is best for baby, and good growth starts with right nutrition at birth. Good Life, live it well. It's an everyday thing. Good Life from Ghana Health Service and partners with support from USAID.
Hello and welcome to the Zoom Lion Daily Sanitation Tidbits. It's a collective responsibility to prevent breeding of disease vectors such as cockroaches, mosquitoes, houseflies, and snakes within our properties and in the immediate environment. This can be achieved by making a conscious effort to store waste we generate using approved bins and ensure the safe disposal of such waste. Thank you for your attention. This message was brought to you by Zoom Lion Ghana Limited. We keep Africa clean, green, and healthy.
Hey, welcome back to work.
Charlie, thanks, bro. Thanks,
the
bro.
malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Hey. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and fufu?
How we go do it?
I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Oh, yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Sharp. Anyway, sorry to ruin your excitement, but your boss asked of you.
Okay.
She says she has plenty work for you.
No problem, Charlie. Strength day.
You see,
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing Artemether and Lumefantrine. Comes in tablet and suspension for the effective treatment of malaria in adults and children. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malatu is manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Morning Show.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set.
Welcome back. We're talking about the potential crime scene that people are describing the scholarship secretariat as, suggesting all kinds of irregularities, to put it politely. Some of them documented, and highlighted by the Fourth Estate in a report that indicates that, among other things, some people are able to get 2 scholarships to study at 2 different universities in the same year. Not forgetting those who get scholarships, go off to study and never return. To this date, haven't come back. The idea of these scholarships being that you would develop your human resource and then come back to Ghana to use it for the benefit of the nation. But, of course, the Secretariat is the one that needs to come and answer these questions for us, come and explain these anomalies for us, including the new accusations. And you've heard some of them coming from Suleiman Aisifu, who of course is a research fellow at the Hans Rattenberg Institute, University of Hohenheim in Germany. Suleiman Abrahima has also been talking to us about how this even looks as a nation, assessing the response of the registrar of the Scholarship Secretariat. Suleiman Abrahima, of course, is Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Now, we're going to get into solutions. But first, Samson Ladi Anyenini joins us. He, of course, is a private legal practitioner. He's the host of Newsfile here on Joy. And also, he had an interesting role to play when Daniel Domelevo audited the Get Fund scholarship schemes. Samson, good morning to you.
Morning, could you?
This thing, it just gets murkier by the day. It's sounding worse and worse for the people we have entrusted this all-important institution to. What would be your take on how this matter is unfolding?
Could you? I would think that in a decent democracy, a number of things would have happened by now, and you will not have the justifications we are being treated to in the manner we are being treated to them in the public. Either by now, the president would have kicked into action a number of things, or the Council of State, if they have been following, would have given an advice to the president that it is in the public interest for a committee of inquiry to be set up, or that Parliament would have, by a resolution, of course, they will say they are on break now. Let's hope that they have followed and they would do beyond the propaganda value that they may want to take from this. So, pursuant to Chapter 23 of the Constitution, Article 278, more specifically, I believe that we are at a point in this matter where a commission of inquiry may be necessary, or at a lower level, a committee of inquiry will be necessary with the necessary people of the necessary expertise, and perhaps to give potential witnesses a certain indemnity, so they will come to the committee or commission to give their testimony without being afraid that they will be harmed, or they will be, as it were, dealt with in a manner that they will regret. So I believe that first steps, Kojo, if you have heard Dr. Matthew Poku Pempe in 2021, before the vetting committee, the appointments committee, repeat and inspect that he will take the scholarship one more time if the opportunity availed itself. And that he's not the only one who received the scholarship for 3 weeks course at Harvard, which scholarship we calculated could be used to sponsor as many as 6 MPhil, students. That's the audit that Adjoa Safo and the rest of them, all of them ministers, all of them we know, we have an idea of their work and still benefited and justified it. But at the time he said, he knows even other members of Parliament who also have accessed the scholarship, and therefore he's not alone, and any time he will take it again. It tells me that people who are leading are not interested in any solutions yet about this. I'll come to the specific issue of my client just briefly to conclude.
Yeah.
But I ask myself today, if Dr. Kingsley Ajiman is speaking to us, how much trust should I have in what he tells us? When they point out to him that somebody has received double scholarship and he says, it's possible they are twins, and it's not a question of double scholarship, I ask myself, should I be trusting such a public officer? Dr. Kingsley Ajiman Etate, who in the lead up to their primaries, he's contesting in Ebuapa South.
That's right.
To replace Atakia, correct?
Yes, you're right.
It is him who was said, and they issued a statement to the public in that constituency, that he was subsidizing the cost of Kenke. So people could buy Kenke at 2 cedis instead of 5 cedis, to the benefit of all the constituents. I read a portion of that letter to you. It said, recognizing the importance of our local cuisine and the financial challenges faced by many in our constituency, Dr. Ajiman aims to subsidize the cost of a bag of maize from 800 Ghana cedis to 300 Ghana cedis. This significant reduction in the price will enable everyone in the Ebuapa South to enjoy the satisfaction of consuming kinky, regardless of their financial status. They said he believes firmly that no one should be deprived of the simple pleasures that our local cuisine brings, and is committed to making a positive impact on the lives of his constituents by ensuring that essential food items such as kinky are accessible to all. This is done by this officer in our republic, an officer entrusted with public resources, an officer that by now should be answering questions: what is the source of the funding of the subsidization of the price of kinky in his constituency? But you see, it gets worse. And as we speak, in the Judicial constituency, there are people who have gone through vetting, and a party of the class of the NPP have passed a certain class of people, and they are telling us that when a FIFA does an inquiry and places a ban on somebody, it is inconsequential. It doesn't matter because the court in Ghana has not found anybody guilty of anything. So when I asked Domlebo the question, and he says, let's go to court. And Isifu, who is joining with you, also said, yes, I'm interested. I want to join Domlebo for us to go to court. I paused to say, yes, I'm a lawyer. If people don't go to court, perhaps maybe my bread doesn't get, buttered properly. But why should I be interested in putting such a matter before a court and potentially maybe one judge? And that judge takes a decision that potentially may give cover to everybody else who is involved in a rot. Okay? Why should we do that? When we have a significant national issue, the first thing we run to is let's go to court. Why? We are discussing this underage marriage issue now. Everybody is talking law. The law says. Have anybody paused to ask themselves, if this girl was my child, will I be talking the law says, and the law perhaps does not criminalize this, the law does not prohibit it? If this were your daughter, how will you think? Let's begin to think this way. As you said this morning, rather than talking law, what is this? Now, Kojo, before the show on Saturday, I had invited people, if they had any experiences, encounters with the Secretariat, they should share them with us. To tell you the truth, many have sent messages even before that. Many years ago, when the audit came, I got messages. I kept some of them. Some of those people have come back to me in my email after the Fourth Estate expose. Kojo, it's unimaginable, the things they talk about. It's unbelievable. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Please explain. So the Scholarship Secretariat, you will recognize an officer was on the show on Saturday, and we committed him to another show on next Saturday. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt to explain to us, like the question Suleimana Ibrahima has asked, how on earth that a man who can afford a bath for each constituency in this country, the chairman of GNPC board, his wife is a diplomat, how on earth does his daughter qualify for this scholarship? They must explain, but we must listen to them and get to appreciate what they are talking about. And a scholarship to train as a lawyer. In what kind of law? I asked him the question. So I asked him a number of questions. He actually didn't answer them. But it's okay. We have the opportunity to ask him further questions to explain the next time. So, Kojo, I will... the messages I received, some of them from senior people in this country today, senior lawyers, and the things they tell you about what they have become aware of their siblings or people they have gotten to know, people who came to make complaints to them, the things that have happened at the scholarship secretariat. If the president has heard what is going on, what the Port Estate has exposed, if the Council of State, who are supposed to be the conscience of the president, so to speak, and to advise him, who are supposed to be elderly people, if they have heard, this is not the time for them to behave like, it's normal, it's okay, we move on. The media will discuss 1 week and this will pass. They are supposed to be elders. Okay? If the members of parliament have heard the things that have been exposed, I would think that they represent the people and they will think for the good of the people. When the audit report came out, there were a number of people who contacted me. Of course, they couldn't pay me. So they wanted my services as a lawyer. Because their names were in the audit report as beneficiaries of scholarships with specific huge amounts in pounds and in dollars. But these people had actually been denied the scholarship. And 2-3 years later, their names are in the audit report. Kojo, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, clearly. Yeah.
So we wrote to them, as first step processes that, any lawyer would do, to ask them to explain why our clients have their names on the audit, in the audit, as recipients or beneficiaries of funds, when in fact they were denied the scholarship. And we saw all their documentations, how they had been denied. What they did to us was simply write to us to acknowledge receipt of our letters and promise to investigate. We sent them reminders. After months, we are still where we are. They did absolutely nothing. We decided to escalate it a bit and wrote to the administrator of the GET Fund and copied the chairman, the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, the Director, Criminal Investigations Department, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and the Auditor General. And we had a reason for doing so, because there are specific legislations which were, as it were, violated in the process. If it is the case that in the auditing process, somebody gave the auditors false information, the law punishes it. So we copied the relevant places, knowing they will take the necessary actions. Then, if it is the case that the Section 33(1) of the Audit Service Act 2000 criminalizes the act of a person or an auditee who gives to the Auditor General any information which he knows to be false. He has reason to believe to be false, and yet they give them. And various other provisions we refer to. As we said, that letter, I just pulled it up, is dated March 2, 2020. This was actually a petition to get funds to the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the Criminal Investigations Department, the Auditor General, and the Attorney General. Absolutely nothing has been done.
Wow.
This is the country you find yourself in.
Wow, Samson, thank you for that update. Suleimana Brahima, honestly, at this point, even legal proceedings don't sound promising, do they? What really can be the solution to all this?
Well,
Because first of all, I think that institutions exist to serve the interest of the public, the interest of the masses. Even if the courts make their decisions, they do so with the view that those decisions would help improve conditions for the masses. Now, people have said repeatedly that we are in a country where the future of the future generations, the future of our youth who are in the majority is completely being destroyed by the current leadership of our country. And it appears that even as we all see it happening, we have not been angry enough. We are not desirous to protect the future, our own future. And in fact, in some instances, those of us whose future is being destroyed ends up being complicit in the destruction process. I think we've gotten to a point where people must be bold, people must be courageous. We have people who are reaching out to us individually to talk about what they've gone through, the challenges they faced, how they were denied arbitrarily, and all of that. And sometimes I tell these people, why aren't you bold enough to come out? Yes, I can understand if you are going to indict somebody without evidence. But where you have evidence, such as bank transfer records, why are you not ready and willing to put those things out?
Because I think they are worried about complicity.
The work that is being done at the Media Foundation through the Fourth Estate, it's not an easy thing. You have people calling you. You have people that you respect requesting that maybe if you can help drop a name or drop a story. Samson, as he was speaking a while ago, has been defending us. In fact, as I speak to you today, Kojo, there is a court case today, involving the Fourth Estate and the work that we've done. It's not an easy thing. It takes courage, it takes patriotism, it takes commitment to be able to stand up for certain principles. And that is what I think I would urge and encourage, especially the young people of this country, to begin to be bold, to assert their rights, and to demand that their future should not be destroyed. Because without that, look, the law courts will pronounce whatever judgment and nothing will happen. And that is the only way the people who have been mandated to protect our interests, the president, would begin to do the right thing. I don't think the president is somebody without conscience. I don't think that the president knows that what is happening is not wrong. He certainly knows that what is happening is absolutely wrong. But if the people are looking on and beneficiaries are persons within his own party, then what would he do? He just also looks on. If we are angry and we demonstrate that anger, and the president knows that we gave him that power, and we expect him to exercise that power in our interest, the president will begin to act. So yes, the law courts can help sometimes, but it is not, for me, the absolute solution. The solution lies within us. Samson has appealed to the conscience of the members of the Council of State. These are people who are supposed to be advisors to the president. What are they doing? You have somebody do all these things to our public resources. And because you read the mandate, the mission of the Scholarship Secretariat, it is quite clear. It says persons who are brilliant but needy and workers. But you have people who are being given scholarships so that they can go and qualify to practice law in England and Wales. You have more than 140 of even just the 2 years, we've been able to track over 140 people who are supposedly scholarship beneficiaries who have never returned to this country. You have persons who are living in the UK for the last close to 10-15 years, and they are getting scholarships from Ghana to fund studies there, even as they are based there and working there. And yet, these revelations come out, and the person who is orchestrating all these things comes to almost talk as if nothing is happening. As I said before, it is because he knows nothing will happen to him. He is either doing that in concert with others who are much more powerful, who are supposed to be his bosses, and knows that, look, these guys, what they are doing, they are just joking, nothing will happen.
Wow.
I think we are not angry enough.
Not angry.
And we must get to the point. People talk about Senegal. Oh, Senegalese, they've done well. The youth have taken over. President Faye, 44 years. Sonko is also less than 50 years, and so on. Look, it didn't just come like that. Faye came from prison in just about two months or less than 2 months, and he is president today. He didn't just sit down and then fold his arms and then only contested and won. I think that we need to begin to act as citizens and demand the rights that we are entitled to.
Thank you, Suleiman. I want to get the final word from Suleiman Isifu, and we literally got about a minute to wrap this up. But it's in a continuation of what Suleiman Brahma is saying. If really the solution here is to make it a high-risk activity for these people to fleece us the way they are, then we definitely need the whistleblowers to step up. But some of them are complicit. They actually, the reason why they have this information is because they participated in the deception. How likely are we to have, these people step up and own up to what has happened?
Yes, Kojo, anyway, congratulations for your 10th anniversary.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that those people, as you said, they may be complicit. So what we need to do is that there must be immediate forensic audit to trace all scholarships, where they ended, how much was given. If we find out people who were not deserving but received it, the state could actually turn those people into witnesses for the state. That is if we are interested in this matter.
Right.
So somebody may be complicit, but I know from law, I'm not a lawyer, but maybe something will help us with this, that a person who is even complicit in a crime could become a witness for the state in return for he being discharged or relieved of any criminal charges. So a forensic audit to trace all scholarships that have been given, and the forensic audit should include how much have been given out, who received it, did the person post-qualification integration analysis must be done. So those who received it, did they come back to Ghana? If they did not, what kind of works are they even doing abroad in the first place? So all these things must be done in the forensic audit. So I think that there must be a forensic audit going on now. It must be initiated immediately by the president. And number two, which maybe because of time I will not be able to mention most of it, but number two, which I think is also important, is that I think that a group of people should come together and mount an online platform for accountability, where we allow people to go in and feed their how do I call it, their frustration with the scholarship or their encounters with the scholarship secretariat. And then, if possible, we find lawyers to protect these people and collate all the evidence and bring it up before maybe Parliament or any maybe Shraj, because this also borders on administrative injustice. And I think somebody should also trigger a petition. So there must be a multiple and nimbling approach. So somebody's at Shraj, somebody is online collecting evidence. Some people are pushing the president to go for a forensic audit. And Kwajo, frankly, the reason why the Scholarship Secretariat boss is still talking is that probably maybe, this investigation, if we had used a sting operation, the ANAS-like operation, I'm sure he will not be sitting there talking now.
Fair point. Suleiman Brahma and the Fourth Estate, I don't know if you've already done this, but if your list can be made searchable by the public so that people can go and check if they have had their scholarships refused, they can go and check to make sure their names are not still there as beneficiaries. That might be helpful as well. But I want to thank you both, Suleiman Brahma and Suleiman Isifu, as well as Samson Ladi and Yenini, for your contributions this morning. We appreciate it very, very much.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Only
5 words can describe Bet Power's new boosted odds.
Odds must be crazy.
They are the biggest odds in Bet Power history.
Odds must be crazy.
Available on the home draw and away full-time market of the biggest matches each week.
Odds must be crazy.
Giving you more opportunities than ever to bet small for a chance to win big.
Odds must be crazy.
Follow the purple arrows to find them on betpower.com.gh.
Odds must be crazy.
That's betpawa.com.gh. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. 18 years and above only. Gaming can be addictive. Terms and conditions apply.
Imagine going to your favorite wache joint and Amalia tells you, boss, wale is finished, curry is finished, and shit or cry is finished. So that thing can pain. Now compare that feeling to having everything you want on your wache with lay, gari, and plenty shit off peche like that. Just like that soche wache, that's exactly what Akwaba Magic gives you. Enjoy rich Ghanaian stories like the second season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, the captivating Madame, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic dear, enjoyment and kazankasa. Now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Usually, we get special treatment only on our birthday. But imagine getting a special package every single day. That's what AT's Daily Deals gives you. You get unique voice and data deals exclusive to you. What's even better is it's affordable, reliable, and available. Start experiencing AT's Daily Deals. Dial *533# today and every single day. When you do, you'll unlock exclusive data and voice packages valid for 24 hours. Come on, people, jump on the AT Daily Deals train. When you're with dealer now. Dial *533# now and access awesome data and voice deals only from AT. Life is simple.
Dive into a new era of news consumption with myjoyonline.com, your go-to destination for cutting-edge journalism, giving you the most credible stories from business to politics and from sports to entertainment. myjoyonline.com introduces an upgraded news website meticulously designed to empower you with an enriched browsing experience like never before. Experience the future of news browsing with myjoyonline.com.